Hello, family and friends, and also to my haters. Much love, respect, and appreciation for, again, any and all of those who will just so happen to appear during this live stream. Now, we just so happen to have a very nifty, very nice assortment of videos at this moment in time for your leisure. And we're going to take a look at a few of those. So we're going to start with the first one that is directly in the title, where you're going to hear a Republican caller decide if they want to come in and state something quite outrageous, something that I've never heard ever in my life, which is quote unquote that the blacks are running the country. Let's take a listen.
Florida Democrat, good morning.
The network, 5 decades of coverage.
Benny, you with us? You got to turn that television set down, sir.
No, I'm not. I'm listening to you.
I know, but I'm listening to your television set in the background. Can you turn it down?
Sure. Yeah, I think it's a sad time in America. You have people here in America who have so much hatred in their heart till they don't even get information about what is happening. But the point that I wanted to really make is that
is what, Benny?
Is that they're sending all of these so-called gangs out of the country that's supposed to be killing people here. And you've had incidents happen in this country from people that call themselves white nationalists. It's just another name for Ku Klux Klan. And I'm just wondering, when they get done sending all of the criminals out of here for killing people here in America, what are they going to do with the white nationals that are responsible for killings in the schools? You got your children going to school, they're afraid, and they're being killed in the school. But you have people in this country that's have so much hatred in their heart that they don't want to allow black people in this country to be able to live a comfortable life, even though they have put work into this country, their sweat, their blood, they have died, they have done things in this country, as well as right along with the whites. And people in this country still don't recognize us as a people in this country, and they call themselves the United States of America. God is gonna open your eyes, and you're going to see what you have done to yourself one of these days.
That's Benny in Florida. This is Gina in Mississippi, Republican. Go ahead.
Hi, John. Thanks for taking my call. And I am very upset by the last caller. He sounds like a very nice old man. But what I want to know is, why do you let these people call in and talk about all this racist BS when we know damn good and well that the blacks are practically running the country now?
All right, that's Gina in Mississippi. Last caller in open forum.
Yo, that is crazy. Gina from Mississippi, who was a Republican, right?
All right, that's
wanted to roll up and say that the elder black gentleman that was speaking, and again, he's speaking more so from a historical context, and more than likely also what he has endured, because he's probably about 70 or 80. So, he's been able to, go through some things. But then she wanted to say, all of the stuff that he's, it's all BS and whatnot or whatever. And, we know good and well that the blacks run the country. First of all, you said the blacks. Let's just start there, because we know what it is that you want to specifically say. But you're not living in a time period of which you could just openly say what it is that you've normally said and that you were used to specifically saying, especially, how you speak amongst your friends, your community, your family, and so on, right? This ain't the 60s, the 50s, the 40s, and 30s, and so on and so on and so on. So the main terminology that a lot of white folks like to use is the blacks, right? And they say black a certain type of way, right? They carry it a certain type of way because you know specifically what it is that they mean. And then she wanted to say that black people are practically running the country. Since when? Like, it's crazy that I guess the country is so jacked up right now that people can't fathom that this has zero to do with black people. So they go out of their way to make up these superstitions, these stories. I've never heard one white person directly out here up until this day ever state that black people are running the United States of America. What in what multiverse? In what dimension? Historically speaking, when has that ever been a thing? Because I'm just trying to figure out. When has that been a thing? Like, do we have to go through like the Congress, the Senate, and all of it? Like, when? Like, when has that happened? Where? Where? Even at this point in time, where? We're in 2025. Trump and the Republicans are in office all over the place. Where are black people running the United States? Like I said, 9 times out of 10, I normally have white people that want to roll up and say something in the comment section. For the white folks out there, let me know, when have black people ever ran this country? Let me know. Because I'm a little bit confused. Because I'm like, when did black people ever have the power of the United States of America to do anything? We don't have the power over the military. We don't got power over the police. We don't got power over the government. We don't got power over the president. Like what's happening here? I'm a little bit confused. Crazy. Crazy. Diabolical work. It's some diabolical work. So Battle, who specifically are you talking about? That's, doing this propaganda for views. Who specifically are you talking about? Are you talking about me, or are you talking about the video that's directly in front of you? Again, that wasn't produced by me. I didn't put money into this. No type of funding, don't have ownership over the station. Like, who specifically are you talking about? It's crazy work. Avery said they're calling Trump black. I guess she's a Republican, so that that doesn't make any type of sense. Crazy work. You said the black man was synthesizing rocket fuel out of nothing more. Oh, look at that. We got a troll directly in there. I got you. I got you. No problem. Straight directly to the gulag with you. Anybody else want to pull out and be stupid real quick? Don't worry. We got an infinite amount of room on the block list real quick. Infinite. 100%. Your name will be, written down in stone, and you can come back through there with a brand new name and a brand new profile, and we'll write that bad boy down in stone too. We can do this all day. Shout out to Chris Evans, Captain America. We can do this all day, right? Jay said it's rich or poor, not black or white. You know what, Jay? That's, in a perfect world, that'd be very great, right? That's a very. Let me look at this real quick. Oh, you're looking real Caucasian there. Like I said before, it's amazing to me that whenever I happen to bring these things directly up, that people want to try to tell black people that, oh, it's not about color, it's about rich or poor. If it was really about rich or poor, guess what? When I looked at Trump's inauguration, I wouldn't have seen a multitude of multi-millionaires and billionaires directly next, right? Sitting with people who are over our government. You and many others like you would not have enabled that to take place. Again, for me, that's weird. I'm like, why would, these money type of people be over here with the government and, the Congress and up there with the president during the inauguration? That's a little bit weird to me. But yet, this is what is taking place in the United States at this moment in time. This is what's happening, right? But you want to try to tell me that it's about rich or poor, it's not black or white. The foundation of America was built off of color. It was built off of discrimination. It was built off of racism. I don't know for the life of me. I don't know why it is that people want to try to escape that versus trying to actually embrace that and then move forward from that. Right? The quicker that y'all can actually accept how it is that America was created, the quicker that things can actually get better. But you guys keep delaying the inevitable, and it's just going to be what it's going to be. And we're just going to keep having these roundabout conversations. Battle said, white folks as a whole with anything related to us FBA. Okay, I got you. Ty said, you taking away my fun. All right, my bad, Ty. My bad. I thought, you might have been, at work or something, might have been fixing lunch, I was just in the mood to, start blocking people real quick, because I didn't have any patience. But no problem. I will lay my hands directly off of the mouse and I won't block anybody else. You got it. Somebody up there saying block me. I mean, if the moderators feel like doing it, by all means they can do it. Like I said, I don't care. D-Ray said white people are desperate creatures. It'd be like that. Ty said, written in the band note, those whose names are written in this book are fated to be banned for life. That is facts. We might have to get that on the t-shirt. Hold on, let me actually just let me get that real quick. Hold on, let me see. I gotta go back up to what Ty said real quick. Gotta make sure I got that. I'm gonna get that on the t-shirt real quick. Wear that for a future stream. We got Jay. What is up? Tyrone said black and white were created to determine class. You can't separate the two. Jay-Z and Diddy are with, and their charges are more publicized than rich white predators. That's facts. That is facts. And that's something I've talked about on this platform as well. And I've tried to point that out in a variety of different instances, no matter if it's government-based, police-based, healthcare-based, or celebrity-based, that you have fields of white men who are rich directly out there that will commit very heinous crimes, and they won't receive any of the public attention that a Diddy or Jay-Z, Cosby, or R. Kelly would ever sit up there and get, right? Because the white community tends to shelter their villains, their criminals, right? They're going to push that directly under the rug, and they'll be like, oh, the blacks though. It'll be that whole thing, right? Battle said they try to escape everything because burden is too heavy. Yeah. You said, what did Jay say? He said Africa has 7 million slaves. Okay, that's good for Africa. What does that have to do with me? You're listening at, so how many black Americans have slaves right now? Let's try that, Jay. Since you want to play, these type of semantics, because y'all main go-to is like, oh, but the Africans, the blacks over there, they were the slaves. Okay, no problem. So how many black Americans own slaves in the United States? I'll wait. Give me a number. Show me a number. You use Chat GPT, use AI, use whatever you got to sit up there and do to give me a factual number. Because as a black American, I can sit up there and tell you that we have 0. But the United States has many. If you look at the prison and the jail system, if you want to go there and play numbers, but you're not trying to do that. This is why you want to move the goalposts. You want to focus on Africa, which again is a continent and a group of people of which you don't even care about. But to try to act as though that you care about something human-wise, and to try to make it seem like you're not racist, and to try to make a point that people are people, you want to try to highlight this because in your mind, you're like, oh, I got a gotcha moment because black people always want to talk about what white people did in the past. But let's talk about what Africans or what your ancestors are doing right now and how it is that you guys don't even want to highlight it. We've highlighted all those things. Also, Africans over in Africa have used social media to highlight it. Next. So what are we doing? Nothing. Like I said, it's crazy. Like y'all pull up here to the scene every single time, really think that y'all pulling something, that y'all like, I got a gotcha moment for the blacks. Crazy work. Keep trying though. Keep trying though. No problem. Keep running it up. Let me see what we got. Victor said, nobody really running this country. That is also true as well. I mean, technically, if you want to say the people that we're able to see, right? But if you want to talk about the elites, the rich, other folks directly out there, those families, yeah, there's somebody running this country. Trust and believe. All of these companies, all of the media, the psychological warfare that's going on, that's happening to everybody. Yes, somebody is planning that, somebody is running that, everybody is making a chess move somewhere. Trust me, there is a hidden hand that is moving the pieces. It's crazy. Stephen Collins, like the first slave owner, was a black man. But I thought you said everybody was slaves. So how can black people be the first of anything, Stefan? Because last time I checked, anytime that y'all roll up here and we happen to mention slavery or anything that took place in the past, as you guys like to say, you guys always want to say, but blacks were the first slave masters, da 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 da. But you guys then turn around when we talk about reparations and slavery, you want to say, but everybody was slaves. So what, black people enslaved everybody? Is that what you're saying? Because that doesn't make any sense. That's going to go against the whole thing of the supremacy point of view, right? Because we can't sit up there and say that, black people were the first, to own slaves, because if that was the case, then that would also mean that if blacks were the first to do it, then we were the first to also enslave everybody else, which would then mean that we were more powerful and intelligent than the likes of you. But again, that would go against the narrative that you guys just so happen to like to spin online. So what are we doing? Because you're walking in some murky waters right now, right? Walking in some very, very murky waters. So I want you to be able to get your story straight. I don't want you to whiffle waffle. Don't want you to whiffle waffle. Ty said, already banished that man. That's cold blooded. It's cold blooded. Oh, Harris. Oh, you hurt my feelings. Let me see. Well, because I can actually still see you. No problem. I got you. Let me show you how much of one I am, and you are banned. No problem. No problem. There you go. So now you can sit in the background with the rest of the clowns and get my views directly up real quick, as you keep hearing my voice and you're not able to make a rebuttal. So, log into another Google profile real quick, log into that YouTube channel and come directly back here to be stupid. So either me or my moderators can just so happen to block you. Or if you want to be really stupid, YouTube can just so happen to block you. So you got 3 different ways. Pick your destiny. Stephen said Ghana has a booming slave industry. Okay, that's great for Ghana. What does that have to do with me being a black American? I'm over here in America. What does that have to do with me? I'm just Stephen. Like, what are we doing here? I'm a little bit confused. White people, why do you guys, whenever black people talk, you guys always bring up Africa? Like, what? Like, that makes no sense. I'm not in Africa. I'm in the United States of America. Education system, how I was educated, the United States. Job wise, the United States. Citizenship, the United States. American, black American, whatever you want to sit up there and put it. Born, raised, generationally here, all of my family. So what are we talking about here? You're talking about a place that more than likely you've never been and you don't even care about, and you've probably never met those people at all. Now, I may have passing by through life, met somebody from Ghana, had a conversation. But like I said before, you're again moving the goalpost. We're talking about the United States of America. The white woman who is Gina, who is a Republican from Mississippi, clearly stated that black people are running the country. That is clearly the topic that we're talking about. But you guys want to move all over, talking about Africa. Jesus Christ. That's crazy. That's some diabolical work. I love it. I love it. You said, Stephen said you don't care. Who said I didn't care? So I'm supposed to, okay, I got it. Right. So you're supposedly this ringleader, and I'm supposed to care about Africa when you bring it up and say that you supposedly care, right? That's not how that works. Before you found this channel, even heard my voice, I was already talking about stuff that probably you didn't even know about, wasn't even on your radar, didn't even care about, wasn't even trying to research. So what are we doing? What are we talking about, Stephen? Nothing. Because you can't even stay on the topic of the video that I even showcased. That's some crazy work. Matter of fact, let me just go back to what the white woman stated. Hold on. Let me see.
Put work into this country. People have done to yourself. One of these days.
Go ahead.
Yeah, let me pull that back right there. Gina from Mississippi. Let's go back there because a lot of you white folks can't seem to stay directly on topic. Let me help you.
One of these days.
That's Benny in Florida. This is Gina in Mississippi, Republican. Go ahead.
Hi, John. Thanks for taking my call. And I am very upset by the last caller. He sounds like a very nice old man. But what I want to know is why do you let these people call in and talk about all this racist BS when we know damn good and well that the blacks are practically running the country now?
All right. That's Gina in Mississippi. Last caller in open forum.
So again, that was a white woman, Gina from Mississippi. Y'all heard her basically say it. I didn't have to paraphrase. You heard it directly from her mouth as a Caucasian woman. She said that the blacks are practically running the country. What timeline are we on right now? When, like I said, for anybody white that want to roll up here and y'all want to run your mouth, let me know a time in history when black people ran this country. Let me know. Take your time. Get whatever history book that you just so happen to need. Let me know. Let me know. Because that's some crazy work. Pat said your fam has been here longer than some white farmers. Yeah, that's facts. You said we've the vibe entitled. I don't even know what you're talking. I'm not even gonna read that one because that was just like straight stupid. Sometimes I might even take the time to read some of y'all ignorance, but other times I'm like, you're just saying nothing. Oh, look at that. No problem, Eric. Well, at least on my screen, you'll be directly to the gulag there. No problem. You said, why wasn't Gina here to tell me sooner? Yeah, it's crazy. Ty said the trolls are coming from one channel to another. Oh, no problem. No problem. They can sit up there and do that. We can do that. We can do that. Put them directly on that list real quick. Let me see. I'll leave you there because it's a little bit stupid. You said no arguments, just racial baiting and insulting others. Crash morals. The funniest thing is I actually played the video. That's not race baiting. I didn't bait any type of race. But again, like I said before, anybody that was actually here during at least a gooder amount of the 2 weeks that I've done live streams, shout out to you for actually paying attention, having common sense, some type of logic, directly in there and being able to understand things. You got the unintelligent ones that want to just come directly in. They don't know what it is that they're even talking about, so they can only just assume off of, a few minutes or whatnot or whatever. Can't sit still worth a damn. It's crazy work. Let me see what else we got. Defeated. Since we run this country, I want to give all of my people and my descendants actual reparations, 10 billion over 10 years. Rebellion said, yes, they are losing global influence. Timothy said, black folks run the country, but still no reparations. Oh, yeah, we run it. Yeah, like that's some crazy stuff. Anyways, let's keep going to a little bit of history because, again, I'm a race baiter, like a lot of people like to say. I just bait people into these racial conversations. So let me allow another white man to give a little bit of history. So, you can't call me, racist. You can aim that directly at the white guy. So let's go with that.
Bus station. This is the one in Montgomery that the federal government's so threatened by. This is the history that they don't want you to know. So it was here at this bus station after the bus was bombed in Anderson and the attacks in Birmingham that rides continued here. Police escorts disappeared as some 200 Klansmen rained down terror on the Freedom Riders. Robert F. Kennedy became so enraged, because this was definitely an embarrassment to the federal government. They were embarrassed by those sort of things back then, apparently, eventually, that he sent some 450 federal marshals to end all of this. Well, the Kennedy administration would eventually go on and make a deal with Ross Barnett of Mississippi. This is why the Freedom Rides ended in Mississippi. And the deal was basically to sell out the Freedom Riders. That Barnett agreed to not beat the Freedom Riders up. We'll just arrest them quietly. Of course, what happened behind the scenes was very different. But this is that history that they don't want you to know. This is this list that they put this particular building on, amongst other civil rights sites as well, and other federal administrative buildings and what have you. This is the scalpel they're using. They're trying to slide some of these things in. This is a little personal for me as well, because not only are some of these folks my friends, but my mom is also mentioned in the museum. Now, she wasn't on this particular Freedom Ride, but she is here. That she had her share in the building. We've come here and spoken. This is a phenomenal place down here in Montgomery. It needs to be preserved. This is, again, the history of America. It's a history that not enough people know about. It is our past, and it helps us understand our present and where to move forward in the future. Because the work that they did on the Freedom Rides with SNCC and CORE, SCLC, right, the NAACP, all these organizations provided the blueprint for freedom. We have that blueprint. And now we just need to use it again.
Right. So you were able to hear from that Caucasian man how it is that his mother was a part of the Freedom Riders, but not specifically at that, Greyhound station, which is historical. He further explained how it is that when, black people and others were trying to do some things there, get, things moving, that you had the white hooded men coming there in all of their rage, deciding to do what it is that they wanted to do. And it got so bad that even the sitting president at the time was like, "Hey, I gotta really sit up there and do something about this. We got to really intervene." And they had to send down, government individuals in order to make sure that things were going to go the way that they were supposed to go. And that's some crazy work. But like I said, a lot of people don't want to admit to the failures in the United States, right? And that's why I always simply say, let me just let somebody white basically say it, just to shut, a lot of people up every now and again, because 9 times out of 10, when you have somebody like this actually stating it, right, it's factual, right? Nobody's going to question it. Nobody's going to mind it. Then on top of that, he was able to show you factual proof of his mother, who had her jail photo during the time of that period where she was arrested for trying to progress America and do the right thing, right? And she was arrested by her own people. Crazy work. Like I said, you had two different types of people that were trying to do stuff. You had the small amount that were like, all right, we're going to sit up there and fight, and we're going to ride this out, and whatever sacrifices have to come, we're going to do it. And all the others just allowed it to happen. They sat there idly by. And if they weren't sitting there idly by, they were on the other side where they were like, hey, we're about to be throwing firebombs. We're going to be throwing bricks. We're going to be doing this. We're going to be doing that. We're going to be fighting people. We're going to be dragging them out of buses. Like I said, but nobody wants to talk about that ugly history, though. Nobody wants to bring that up because a lot of those people still exist. A lot of those people are actually still around. Just like his mom is still around. A lot of those other people still around. Right? But like I said, I digress. Now, I did have one interesting thing that somebody said. Jason said, hello, tonight from Wisconsin. Are you into the government, and are you paid by Barack Obama to be on this website? Brother, what? Let me. What was the last time Obama was president? What was the last time? What was that? That was during I gotta think console wise. Wasn't that during like the point in time of like the Xbox One when Obama was president? Like what are we doing right now? You're like, am I paid by Obama? Are you a clown? Are you a clown? Do you wear makeup and a red nose? Like, are you a part of a circus? Do you drive a short car with a multitude of clowns within it? Do you have a ringleader? Like, what are we doing? Like, that's the stupid. How old are you? You have to be well into your 50s or 60s. You have to be. You have to be. The ignorance is astonishing. So anybody that just so happens to talk about what racism, discrimination in America, right? They have to be hired by what, the Obama administration. Aren't we under the Trump administration for the second time at this moment in 2025? Where did Obama even come from right now in 2025? But the last time I saw Obama was what? When they were trying to get Kamala voted in, and that was last year sometime, probably before snow hit the ground. So I'm a little bit confused on where Obama even came from. But like I said, whatever. You know, uh, You got Donald that said that the blacks ain't never done nothing but shoot up their own streets and neighborhoods since the 80s. Are you sure it's since the 80s? Because, your demographic always likes to state that black people are just heavily violent, criminal minded. We don't do anything else but violence and crime. Everybody else around the world are peaceful people, right? It's only the blacks here in America that are the utmost violent, right? No other demographic has ever historically in the existence of the entirety of this world has ever been as violent as black Americans. That's how you guys like to set it up and say it, right? Even though we can clearly go by history, we can look at body counts. Yeah, nah. United States government, we don't got nah. But like I said before, that also, I'm glad you brought that up, right? Because you said that black people like to commit crime in proximity, right? Which is crime within their own neighborhoods. So that then further goes against the narrative that I've heard a lot of white folks tend to say, where black people are the utmost racist and dangerous because all they do is commit crimes against white people. So I'm like, which one is it? Do black people commit more crimes against their own people, or just in general are just black people just heavily just committing all these atrocities and crimes towards white people? It's just like heavily leaning sided towards white folks. Because I'm just trying to figure out which one is it? Because it's like every single time something pops up, you guys are switching feet, right? You went from wearing a left foot and a right foot shoe on a correct shoe, and now you're wearing two left shoes. I don't know which direction your foot is even pointing in at this moment in time, because it's looking real odd. It's looking real crazy. I need somebody to figure out. Some crazy work though. Yo, Sham is in the building. What is up? What is up? What is up? Matthew said, I understand, but do understand that there were 13,000 black slaves owned by black slave owners. Still to this day, Africans still own other. What does that have to do with anything? It's like y'all keep bringing up Africa in a whole comment section talking about slavery. What does that have to do with anything? Like none of any. Let's just be factual, right? Any one of y'all that want to bring up Africa as the gotcha moment, since you care so much and you want to bring it up, how about you fly directly over to Africa, which you're not, and go free those slaves? You're not going to do it. You're just not going to do it because you actually just don't care, right? This is just your way of trying to have people, quote unquote, shut up about a conversation that you feel tired of hearing, that you don't want to just so happen to focus on. It's some crazy work. Sham said, hey, Seiji, how are you? How's everything going? Pretty good. It's pretty great. Duster said, proud to be white. Okay. What does that mean? That's like what is that supposed to do? Like, you're writing that on a black channel. Like, what do you want me to do with that? Okay, you're proud to be white. Okay. And and what do you want me to do with that? Like, that's some crazy work right there, but okay. 370. You said that was the 360 era? Well, like I said, it's been a while. I can't. It's very difficult to keep track. I mean, you do realize that during a certain point in time, that even when the Xbox One was out, you still had the 360 still being sold because they were profitable and everything that was taking place and the debacle with the DRM. And so, a lot of things can hit, in a sense, a gray area. So that's why I said the Xbox One era and stuff like that. But yeah. What else we got? You said you sure hope that they aren't. Okay, no problem. Somebody said these people still think that Obama is pulling the strings behind the scenes. Yes, some crazy work. Sham said, I don't know why they're still so hung up on that Obama conspiracy. The evil behind all the Democrats is Hillary. Her husband has all the connections and comes out the White House with 240 mil. Yeah, that's crazy. That is diabolical work. I'm not sure who Powell was talking about is lying. I'll let you try to fill that in. Both said, first, I really like your commentary. Second, the white guy was speaking facts and backing it up with receipts. Yeah. Powell said, who has more blood on their hands than the Caucanites and they wickedness? Yeah, I can't give you another group of people. Those are facts. Let me see. Marsh said, but keep watching us. Sham said, yep, but 50% of black convictions have been overturned as innocent, yet you have the nerve to say blacks commit the most crimes. You don't hear whites with that same type of overturn. That's true. Because normally they end up on, the ID channel, and they get documentaries and stories, and people just really sensationalize their stories, and all this other type of stuff. Crazy work. It's crazy work. Tim said, dude, the black slave owner BS is tired. Free slaves had to buy their family members to stay together, not trying to turn a profit like the trending times. Yeah, like I said, there's a lot of things that go directly into certain history, but they're not trying to hear none of that. They were like, oh, well, blacks were slaves too, and da 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 da, and all this other type of crazy work. Crazy work. Matthew said victim perpetrators, about 80 to 90% of the cases, black homicide victims have their lives taken by another black person. Okay. And or would like I've already gone over the FBI stats and I've said the exact same thing when it deals with white folks. But again, when I just so happen to appear online, I'll have white people try to tell me that heavy-handedly black people are just trying to take them out. And I'm like, where did y'all get this from? Like, y'all really on here thinking that black people are just like, we're waking up every single day. It's like, I gotta find somebody. You think that we're gonna pull a Liam Nielsen, where he literally stated that his female friend said that, quote unquote, something happened to her. He 100% believe it, quote unquote, believe all women. And he was out there with a cane just looking for any black guy to, to say something to him, to just walk by so that he can just do something. Crazy work. But like I said, only white people can say some stuff like that. And he said that live on television. I even did like a live stream and a whole video about that. But like I said, I just literally, Matthew, I just literally said crime within proximity. What about that? Don't you get? So if we're going by crime within proximity, you would have the same numbers, if not higher, when it deals with the white majority in their own communities. Color me surprised on that. But like I said before, people want to try to, slight things and make it seem like it's something that it's not. But, it'd be like that. Sounds like Gina has some real live mental health issues if she thinks black folks are running this country. Yeah. We never have. You said they don't like to say that America was the only country with chattel slavery. Yeah, that's facts. Matthew said the first part is what was fact, and I added the African part just for giggles. I mean, I guess you're the only one laughing at the same tired joke because y'all don't got really anything else. As stated before, let's laugh about the fact of how many of your kids and your family and your wives and everything are dying from ODing. How many friends and family that are addicted, that are hooked. And again, the drug dealer ain't even black. It's somebody of your community. Matter of fact, let's go to your college campuses of your prestigious white schools and how many of those kids end up getting OD'd. Matter of fact, let's talk about how the greater majority of that male population is white and how it is that very grave offenses will come against white women on those campuses. And those Caucasian men who commit those offenses will never be prosecuted, found guilty, or arrested. And then your daughters in those communities still have to see their perpetrators at that college. And then they have to deal with the torment and the agony and the memory, on top of the fact of other people in the college going through the hallways, whispering, believing falsehoods, like, oh, she's this type of girl, she's that, or whatnot, or whatever, knowing the fact that several of your sons went after that one girl one drunken night. But Matthew doesn't want to talk about his good old boys and what it is that they do at those prestigious colleges where they pay 50 to 100 to 150 or whatnot, or whatever per year. Crazy work. Crazy work. How a lot of your sons are doing, such heinous crimes to women at these colleges when they should be getting their educations. It's amazing how a lot of your sons are also passing away due to hazing as well. Crazy work how that happens. Again, that has nothing to do with black people at all, or the black community, or black influence. This is all you. Crazy work. But again, y'all want to talk about Africa. Y'all want to talk about crime within proximity when it deals with the black community, even though that has, again, nothing to do with you or your community. Can't even stay on topic. Can't even stay focused. Again, somebody who is Black American, I've talked about all of you guys' problems, trying to bring awareness directly to these things. But white people, you choose not to sit up there and listen. Right? Y'all don't want to listen. Y'all want to say that everybody is human. Y'all want to say that everybody is family. You want to say that everybody bleeds the same. Everybody is God's child. But when you have one of God's children trying to sit here when he doesn't have to, and highlight your issues, your problem, and your plight to make you aware of the preds directly in your families, within your society and your community and everything, y'all choose not to sit up there and listen. And y'all wonder why it is that black people don't care about y'all's situation or what's really happening in this country. Because again, none of these things have to do with us. The same exact energy that y'all always gave to us, right? During the civil rights, a lot of y'all white folks didn't care about civil rights. Y'all were like, it don't got nothing to do with us. We don't really sit up there and care. We're sitting directly on the sidelines. We're not trying to progress. We're not trying to sit up there and move people forward, all this other type of stuff, right? That's the energy that y'all gave. Even when the government used the military to sit up there and snipe us down, y'all said that y'all didn't care. The government used the police to sit up there and take us down in a multitude of ways. Y'all didn't care. Own people in your community sat up there and took the life of Dr. Martin Luther King. And guess what? Y'all still didn't care. So I'm sitting here telling you at this moment in time, I didn't try it. I didn't try to give you guys the information so y'all can see exactly what it is that y'all see. And what do y'all come up here? Especially the ones that are honorary white. Y'all want to come up, oh, it's not about color, it's about rich, it's about poor. Okay. If it was about rich or poor, you wouldn't have to sit up there and instead of being Latin, Hispanic, or whatever it is, you'll be proud to be that, and you wouldn't want to be considered white. You wouldn't say that the Hispanic race belongs to the white race. You wouldn't say that, right? But that's not what you wanted to do. You wanted to assimilate directly with them so that you can be one with them, so that you wouldn't be seen as less than. And I've gone over that multitude of times. Like I said, y'all gonna figure it out real quick. Y'all gonna figure it out real quick. The exact same things that you guys decided to allow to happen to the black community for all of these years is the exact same things that is going to happen to the whole of the white community at the hands of your own government, at the hands of your own people, at the hands of people that reflectively look just like you. Just wait. They're going to be calling in the military. They're going to be sitting up there bombing your neighborhoods. They're going to be rolling tanks directly through there. They're going to have the dogs directly. I'm sorry, it's not even going to be dogs this time. They're going to have the robots directly on you. And that was something that I was trying to inform people about before. This is, again, why they're so in a rush of trying to disarm America, aka disarming white people. But like I said, y'all don't want to listen. Y'all got it. Y'all got it. Y'all got it. Like I said, y'all gonna be up there looking like New Zealand and the UK in a few years. No problem. Y'all got it. Y'all got it. Keep ignoring all of the stuff that happens in your community. just so you can just, oh, look at the blacks, look at what they're doing. Ah, this Democrats run the city. Ah, these black Americans can't do anything. Ah, money from Spanish. Ah, right. You got it. You got it. Like I said, why as a black man should I sit up there and care directly about your situation? Realistically, it's crazy work. You said Denise said you didn't the people that did that look like them but didn't look like us? Yeah. Somebody says so that I'm aware. I'm trying to look back up and I see nothing directly up there, so that might have been a response to something else. Kiss said laughing at us, but the fentanyl crisis, since they won't allow, yeah, like I said, a lot of their kids are sitting up there perishing at this moment in time at the hands of drug dealers in their own communities. I done seen some of these white boys who are peddling these narcotics, and I'm like, how is it possible that y'all can seemingly always capture somebody black that is selling weed, right? Cool, no problem. But when it deals with these hardcore drugs that are taking out people in fields dealing in a white community, y'all magically don't know how to capture these people. It's like y'all fighting a war and the enemy doesn't have a face. It's some crazy work. But when it deals with weed, y'all know who it is. It's the blacks. it's these 4 black men. Even though they might have just came from high school and valedictorians and everything, straight A's. No. We know that they were selling weed. You smell a weed. Matter of fact, we know what's in your car. Oh, you don't have a car? It don't even matter. You smell a weed. It's crazy work. But like I said, it is what it is. Soon enough, the same dogs that you've always placed and put to attack on the black community are going to be sent to attack you. The dragons that you love so much, that you trained to only go after the black people directly out here, after their villages, their towns, and their cities. You swoop them in to sit up there and bomb, to shoot down, to drown out, to pave directly over, to burn down. Those exact same dragons are going to go home to cinder, because every animal out here knows navigation. They know exactly where home is. And when they are done doing whatever it is that they were able to do freely, they're going to come right back home and do that exact same thing. They're going to do what it is that you trained them to do. And you're not going to be able to face that fact. And you're going to try to search around and look for somebody to help, and also look for somebody to blame at the same time. And you know what that's going to bring you right back to? Me. I'll take the blame for everything while reaching out for your hand as everything is burning directly around you, while the bodies of your families are on the ground and you're pleading for help. I'm going to reach out directly to your hand and pull back and say no. That's going to be that story. And I 100% stand directly by everything that I just stated. In the moment in time that other black people in America decide to do the exact same thing, you're going to start to see a very, very cold, swift change that is going to happen in this country. And a lot of you guys just are not going to like it. You're not going to like it. You're going to say, it's racist, and we're not going to care. Because you didn't already call us everything in the book. And every single time that we've tried to complain and tell you not to call us stuff, you said, stop being sensitive, stop being snowflakes. It's just words, no problem. So instead of us caring about the words, we're going to deliver things by action. And the action that we're going to commit to is the inaction. We're going to make sure to not act on a variety of things. So when we see things happening to y'all, we're not going to sit up there and act. When we know that you guys are saying stuff online, we're going to make sure to not act. Like I said, you guys said that y'all built this whole world, Masters in the Universe, He-Man, right? Y'all do every and anything no black person has ever contributed. So no problem. You can sit up there and fix this exact same mess. You can fix this country the same way that you built it. You can sit up there and fix it and remap it. And I expect you to do just that. And you better not ever sit up there and ask anybody black to sit up there and help you. Now, mind you, you will have some black folks directly out here that will come through and decide to give you a hand. And that's on them. That is their life. That is whatever their destiny basically seeks out. But for everybody else that knows history and that cares about history, and that holds that dear. And that's going to make sure that people are not going to forget it the same way that the Jewish people do with the Holocaust, right? Black people are going to do the exact same thing, regardless of whatever you guys want to say on mainstream media news, Fox News, or whatever it is that you just so happen to follow, whatever president that you got in office, whatever congressman, Republican that you got directly, we're going to commit directly to those acts. And we're going to make sure to remind you, regardless on whatever history that you try to erase, that you try to demo down, that you try to block out, you try to sweep directly under the rug, you try to censor, we're going to make sure that you remember. It don't matter if it's t-shirts, it don't matter if it's what headbands, whatever it is, whatever we got to sit up, it's going to sit up to happen. It's going to be present. It is going to be there collectively. But like I said, y'all don't understand nothing. And this is again why you guys are trying to study black people when it deals with revolution, because we're the only ones in the United States who has consistently been doing these things going against the government, because you guys haven't had to do it, because guess what? You guys just sit there, look pretty, because other white people who are above you sat up there and told you like, hey, you're a little bit better than them. Let me sit up there and throw you a little bit more bread. Let me give you a little bit more soup directly on the side. Matter of fact, let me cut you off extra slices of cheese so you can go home and look like the man during this depression. And y'all willing to sit up there and take those trinkets from people who look just like you, who treat you in a sense the exact same way as black folks, but just gave you a little bit more of a shinier title. Crazy work. But that shows how mentally fragile you directly are. That instead of actually fighting, you would rather lie down and accept and take that title home back to your wife and your family and say like, oh, look what the other white guys set up there and gave me. They gave me this shiny title. Look at this. Look at this. We're still broke. We're still poor. We're still on welfare. But hey, we're better than the blacks. Crazy work. Y'all got it though. Y'all got it. No problem. It's crazy. Kiani, I'm guessing that you're talking to in response to one of the other people directly up there. Wait, why is Ty talking about Gail? Let me see something real quick. I didn't even see Gail was in here. Hold on. Where's she at? Yeah, I didn't see Gail listed up there. Or are you talking about she should be here? I think that's what you're trying to talk about. Let me see what else we got. Just scrolling through. Maintenance was like, you got to get over blaming the white guy. No problem. No problem. We got you. And this is what I want you to sit up there and do. The moment in time that the government, your men and women and family members and military decide that they're going to listen to the barking orders of the government, the elites, and they tell them to attack you, they tell you to run directly through your homes and to separate, your families, and they're going to have you vacate your property, your land, and everything like that. They're going to take away your guns. I want you to remember the exact same thing that you said right now. Make sure that you don't blame the white man. Right? Because the moment in time that the government turns on you, the government that you love so much, the police that you love so much, the military that you love so much, the moment in time that all those individuals that are supposed to protect and serve the United States turn inwardly and go after the citizens, I want you to keep that exact same energy. Don't blame the white man, and don't be sitting up there looking at black people for help or even trying to blame black people for this at all, because we have nothing to do with it, because you voted for this and it's going to sit up there and happen. I just want you to know, while you want to sit up here with your chest out and you want to write these comments, I just want you to know that when the collapse happens, and it will happen, that your people are going to be the main ones going through the utmost suffrage. I just want you to understand that. Just want you to know that. And like I said, y'all always say to like Batman that y'all got a plan for everything, but y'all don't have a plan for this. Because the United States government, as I've told in stories before, the United States government has more bullets than you have people in the United States. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. They got them boys in stock. So you have to imagine, why would the United States, because we're not in war times, we don't really got an enemy, right? So why would the United States need to sit up there and make so many bullets? Why? What would even be the purpose of the case, right? Then you also have to think about, why would the United States be at a point in time where we're getting real close to, if people critique the government in a certain type of way, they themselves can be considered an enemy of the United States. But like I said, you don't see what it is because it doesn't impact you at this moment in time, but oh, it will. And white people, you guys are some of the most outspoken people directly out there. Shout out to the J6ers because you guys prove my point. Because at any moment in time that black people feel a certain type of way about the United States, we do certain things. When you guys feel a certain type of way, you're like, we're going to the Capitol, buddy. Let me sit up there and get my four-wheeler. I'm not going mudding this weekend. Me and the boys are heading to the Capitol. We're free in America. Yeah. Right. That's what y'all want to do. Y'all get drunk. Y'all showed up to the Capitol with all of your camouflage. Some of y'all might have even had fresh deer that y'all caught, hooked onto the back of the truck. Fresh. On the way there. And y'all were sitting up there going through the police. Now, remember, y'all said Blue Lives Matter, right? Y'all said Blue Lives Matter and everything, but y'all was sitting up there beating up the police in Washington. How'd that work? And again, this had nothing to do with black people. Crazy work. All types of crime was committed directly on film, on federal property, in federal buildings. But how many of those people actually got, lifetimes of prison and jail? There should be hundreds of thousands of people, of which all have families. Some of these people that I reported on, they were teachers, they were other police officers, they were nurses and doctors and everything. Y'all just really thought that this was the move. Y'all thought that this was a historic thing. Y'all were really talking about it online. It was like, yeah, I was down there. Let me show you some pictures. And y'all always like to sit up there and talk about black people committing crimes on film and being stupid and da da da. Y'all were some of the most stupidest people I've ever seen in history. Correct me if I'm wrong. Isn't that considered, somewhere in the realm of like treason or treasonous or something like that? Like I said, I'm not the sharpest tool in the box, but I'm pretty sure that's as anti-American as you can get. That you decide that you want to go directly to an American building and you want to deface that building. You want to vandalize that building. You want to use it as a bathroom or a urinal. Now, never at a point in time have I, as a black American, thought that, yeah, I'm going to show the world how I really look at the United States and I'm going to go defecate into a government building. That was you guys. That's some crazy work. And then y'all still get up here and y'all want to talk mess about black Americans, and you want to happen to tell me that, oh, you guys got to get over white folks. You got to stop blaming white people for everything. No problem. When the government collapses, when hyperinflation bursts, when that bubble bursts, when everything is going downhill and you depended on this cruel oil, type of money system that we got, and you can't sit up there and pay your bills, or you can't afford to get the 12 pack of Poland Springs from the gas station because they'd have now made it $120 each. When you can't do any of that, I want you to understand, don't blame black people. Don't be a victim, right? Because that's what y'all like to say. Don't be a victim. Don't do that. That's some crazy work. And like I said, even now as I'm talking, I'm still giving information. Still trying to let you know. What'd you say? You said Jesse was like, you are so racist, bro. White boy. If everyone would just take accountability for their own actions rather than bringing everything to race, we would make some progress. Right? But I'm racist because I said white boy. What are you? I'm sorry. Let me correct myself. I'm sorry. Caucanite. Caucasian. Transparent, translucent. What do you want me to do? If I identify as black, you're obviously the opposite of that, which would be white. What's racist within that? But because I got to make it more palatable, because you're so emotional right now, because now this is the funny part, right? They say that black people are so sensitive when people say names or whatnot, but I literally have white people calling me racist because I'm referring to them as white. I'm not about to call you American, realistically knowing what the definition of American is. And this was written by your own people before I was even born, before I was even thought of. Right? This was a few hundred years ago that this was written. So I'm not going to sit up there and call you American, realistically. So, like I said, I'll be nice. I'll just refer to you as Caucasian. But even within that, y'all still want to Try to say that I'm what's Caucasian? No, I'm not Caucasian. I'm actually this. No, you're Caucasian. You're not spicy white or whatever it is that you want to just so happen to stay online. You're Caucasian. Be proud of that. Like a matter of fact, I had a white boy up here earlier. He was like, he's proud to be white. And I'm like, okay, what am I supposed to do with that? But you're not going to go up through the comment section and happen to tell that white man who referred to himself as white, you're not going to sit up there and say that he's racist. Please shut up. Like, wow. Man, that's some crazy work out here. I love it though. George said, I've been called a hard R. Well, a hard N before. And y'all have too, so don't be soft. I'm not even sure if you're black or not. I'm not sure how to feel about that. Sounds a little bit racist. Patrick said, wonder does he know we're in a Croak, the black woman who created the technology for Zoom, FaceTime, and Skype? I might have actually covered that before at a certain point in time when I was doing Black history. Republic said, when do black people go against the government? I'm not sure if you're serious or not. Like actually like fighting, actually being vocal, and so on and so on and so on. We can, if you want to talk about black people going against the government, how do you think that, we got rid of segregation, quote unquote? How do you think that integration took place, quote unquote? Why do you think that we had the whole civil rights movement? Like, that's going against what was naturally there. And we were like, no, this is wrong, along with some other people, a few other people, and people banded together and be like, we about to sit up there and fix this real quick. Like, am I lost here? So, like, what timeline are we living in at this moment in time? Like, black people have gone against the government in a variety of ways, and change has taken place along with that. Like I said, you literally have somebody right here whose mother was a part of the Freedom Riders. Those are people that were going against the government, going against what it was that they stated, like, no, we're never going to have integration. Everything is going to be segregated. It's going to be black and white only, or coloreds and whites, and this, that, and the third. We're going to have colored benches, white benches, colored water fountains, white water fountains, colored restaurants, white restaurants, white buses, colored buses. Like, where are we at right now? Great. You said you're mad at the wrong people. 75% of slave owners and plantation owners were of the Jewish origin and not white, and they still own you because you're ignorant and controlled by your egos. The funniest thing is, I always happen to hear this exact same thing, right? And I'm just going to sit up there and make this very clear. If we're to talk about a hierarchy, right? And we got a minority within a minority within minority, right? And going by what you listed, you said that, hey, black people are still getting controlled in this one type of way, fashion and formed by these group of people, right? So then that would also make me think that you too would also be controlled and ruled by the exact same people, correct? Because for whatever reason, y'all like to list this little thing, and then you guys don't want to throw yourselves directly in that as well. Some crazy work how that happens. You guys make sure to disassociate yourself from that situation. We're white, we're European, we can't be controlled. Obviously you can. Obviously you can, because the United States government has all white folks directly under control. I don't care what you say. I don't care how free that you think that you are. If you got a cell phone and or a computer, guess what? The government is tapping directly into all of that. And if need be, they need to use something against you, they're going to sit up there and do it. How do I know this? Because we can go back to the Patriot Act. And again, we've hashed that same thing a multitude of times throughout live streams. Telecommunications, people's emails, voicemails, cell phone calls, text messages, all those things were hacked, and they were stored in various databases by way of different companies, given directly to the government to do whatever it is that they wanted to sit up there and do. But now you don't got to worry about that same thing right now. Now you got the AI directly out here doing all of that work for them. They can just write a simple line of code, send it directly out there. They can, matter of fact, have you download any app directly from the App Store, and there you go. because this is how crazy a lot of the quote unquote white Americans are, that they don't think about this stuff. They can literally put lines of code that have nothing to do with the app directly in there, but they're there to do a specific thing, and they can have you download a multitude of apps placing different lines of code. And then once you have all of those apps downloaded, now that code is going to sit up there and click directly in place. And guess what? Now they can do whatever it is that they want to do directly with your phone, right? So it can, happen to take all of the film or the video that you got on your phone, download that instantly. We're going to sit up there and also record some of your phone calls if it specifically meets the criteria. Download that instantly. If you're looking at certain videos and whatnot or whatever, download that instantly. They can literally at this moment in time make a profile of all of you guys with all of your information, and you're not even paying attention to it. But yet again, what do I know? What do I know? I'm just a simple black guy that likes, tech and, seeing where things are going to sit up there and go. Also trying to inform people of the variety of things directly out there. But the one thing that I want y'all to remember to do when you guys really see and find out a lot of these things are taking place with the valid proof and information that you want, right? That is ideal, because just me saying it isn't going to prove anything. And I know that you're not going to, actually do your own due diligence and look this stuff up. When you find this out, I don't want you to play victim. I don't want you to blame anybody. The same thing that you are giving me directly in this comment section, I want you to make sure, don't blame nobody white, don't blame nobody black, right? I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page, right? If you want black people to make sure to stop looking in the past, stop blaming white people and all this other type of stuff, you want black people to take accountability, then the exact same thing should go directly in your direction. But we all know for a fact that that's not going to happen. If the United States were to collapse right now, white folks would try to find somebody to blame other than themselves and the way that they voted. That's just facts. But it is what it is. I want to give a shout out to the brother right here for the $5 dono. Let me see if I can actually highlight that. There we go. News said history shows we fight back. That's facts. Like I said, that was a crazy question. And, and this basically goes to the point where a lot of people have stated that whenever you happen to see a black picture or whatnot, or whatever, you may have a bot or different things of that nature, just throwing stuff in a comment section just to try to, rile some feathers or whatever the terminology is. Crazy word. But yeah, like I said before, for a lot of white people, whatever you see happen with black people, it is going to be you. It is going to happen. I promise you. And I'm going to be right there with a smile on my face. I'm going to be right there. I can promise you 100%. I don't care how it sounds. I don't care how distasteful it sounds. I don't care how disrespectful it sounds, because I'm not here to be respectful. Just to be honest. Respectfully. That's not what I'm supposed to be doing. Like I said, it's the cold hard truth, right? Just like you guys like to go on X and you want to make all these memes talking about black folks and all this other type of stuff, and y'all, same exact thing, no problem. But the energy is a little bit different because I'm using the actual information and the news and the sources that you guys have directly up that are made specifically by your media in order to prove the point. But like I said, it is what it is. It is what it is. Oh, somebody must have got hit with a rifle. They'll just find somebody to blame that doesn't look like them. Yeah. Keegan said at the end of the day, our man Trump got back in, and BLM was a scam that caused way more destruction to federal buildings and police. Why are y'all still talking about BLM? How, like, that doesn't, how are y'all still, we're in 2025. The last time as a content creator and being around the last time I even remember BLM, that was during the pandemic. What are y'all even talking about right now? Like, y'all have nothing. Y'all can't even list anything else. You're like, BLM. Look at the destruction in America right now. It's BLM. What? Before we even had BLM or any of these movements, you know what I'm used to a lot of you white folks sitting up there saying? I'm used to y'all always talking about the riots, especially me being from Detroit. That was the main picking point that y'all wanted to go to. Oh, look at the blacks. That's why Detroit is still the way that it is. Because of the riots. Look what y'all did. But the main missing point of a lot of things that people don't want to admit is the things that was going on during that time. Again, for anybody white that always talks about don't look at the past, tell me who took the life of Martin Luther King. I'll wait. And what did those people look like? I will wait. And then on top of that, who are the people still erecting statues and talking about we honor him? And who are those people again? That wasn't that long ago. Because again, a lot of us got parents that were born in the 60s. Just to be real. A lot of us got people that were born in the 50s, still alive right now. So again, you look a few decades back, it is pretty close. Magically so close that you can still watch an episode of The Jeffersons that was a reaction to what took place during that time frame. And a lot of people who watch the Jeffersons are alive right now. Look at that. But y'all always want to, don't look at the past. The past is the past. Like I said, so I'm going to put it to you like this. If y'all are willing to sit up there in 4K, if y'all are willing to take the life, assassinate, right, a black leader in a black community who was supposedly for everybody. This man was a pastor, right? He was a man of God. And y'all sat up there and took him out. Explain that to me, white folks. Explain to me, why would you decide that you would want to sit up there and take out a pastor, a man of God? Y'all say that y'all respect God, y'all love God, everybody is of God, a child of God. But when you got one of those people that don't look like you, that's a quote unquote child of God staring you in the face and letting you know that you are not following the laws and the rules of God, you don't like it. You're like, oh, you're no longer a child of God because I say so. So because I say so, we're going to get rid of you. That's some crazy work. That's some crazy work. And a matter of fact, if we're going to talk about the assassination of people, white people, who are the individuals that took the life of JFK? Let me know. Let me know. Let me know real quick. What did they look like? Were they black in origin? Was it the Black Panthers that took out JFK? Let me know who those people were, because I've been talking about and looking at that video for years, and I can sit up there. I already knew who did it. You know, what was it? Patriot was like, dude, speaking. I don't care what your color is. We all human, bruh. Tell that to Martin Luther King, who was in his grave, who was assassinated. Number one, because he's black. Number two, because he was a preacher that had a voice and that could move seas of people. Number three, the United States government decided to create COINTELPRO and not only wanted to take him out and monitor him, but they wanted to monitor and take out other black organizations as well, because, quote unquote, there won't be a black messiah unless we give black people one. So all of this dilly-dally and all this other type of stuff y'all want to talk about, that everybody's all human, I'm not trying to hear it. Because y'all can't even still to this day admit to the fact that y'all were wrong about a lot of the things that y'all did to the black community. Y'all always want to sit up there and say, like, oh, it's the past. That's just a great way to try to excuse or to escape the fact of the actions that you took and how wrong you were. But mind you, both past and present and future, black people, you guys want to always tell us, oh, black people, you guys got to be accountable. You guys got to take responsibility for your actions. Look at your towns and look at your cities and look at everything that you do to other black people in the black community. And the main thing that I like to sit up and bring up is, why is it that black people vilify, criminalize, and go after one another? Why is it that we have a such thing as colorism or texturism? And this all goes back to the European standard of beauty and also what is deemed to be presentable. But again, even within that, you guys don't even want to admit to doing that. Because I correct me if I'm wrong, there was at one point in time that you guys really tried to demonize black people wearing afros because you felt that it was defiant. You felt that it was anti-American. You felt that it was this. You felt that it was everything negative. And I'm like, ain't that something? So I'm like, so naturally, because our hair defies gravity and your hair aims directly towards the ground, magically we're the problem. You're not going to talk to God about it, but you're going to sit up there and say that black people are the problem. You guys need to sit up there and change it because we are uncomfortable. We're already uncomfortable because you're black, but we're even more uncomfortable because now the presentation of your hair that is there that I can't look away from, you got to do something about it. You got to straighten that. You got to shorten it. You got to cut it. You got to do this. You got to do that. You got to make it presentable to me so that I am not offended by the side of you. Crazy work. Crazy work. It's diabolical. Asset forever a victim? I guess so. When the United States government collapses and it hits you, you're going to be a victim too. No problem. Flair said, "Are all black people the same by that logic?" I guess so. Whatever you believe. Whatever you believe. Go ahead and be you. Some diabolical work. But while I go through these comments in the background, let me go to the next video.
See, man, them man, I take on work, you know. Look how much bumbo clad Chinese. Me not see no black man there to work, brother. Look here. Look how much Chinese I work. I don't get fucked.
Right. So let me just run this real quick,
Yeah.
right? So the main part that this is in Jamaica, right? So the main thing that I wanted to point out was the fact that in Jamaica you have these field of construction workers that are directly right there, right? All of them are Asian. You do not see now one dark complected, brown complected Mexican, I mean not Mexican, Jamaican directly in there. You don't see none of that, right? Nothing. So we go directly to this. It says in Jamaica is major construction is being run by Chinese. Hotels and beaches are owned by Europeans. And what else? Right? So underneath, I decided to put a little quote from an article. It said that it prompted Dr. Devin Taylor to found that Jamaican beaches, right, their birthright environmental movement, or the JABBEM, an organization campaign for the recognition and the protection of beach access rights for all Jamaicans. Dr. Taylor states that Jamaican people can currently access less than 1% of the island's beaches due to the rapid expansion of both privately and owned beachfront property and all-inclusive resorts, many of which, let me see, hold on, I gotta look at that. Many of which offer exclusive beach access to guests, right? So even in Jamaica, Jamaicans aren't able to access their own land, right? This is culturally, indigenously, whatever you want to sit up there and call it. This is where they live. This is their place. This is their heaven. This is their haven. This is their home. But they can't even leave their house and go to the beach. Like their house could just be like 2 blocks from the beach or whatever, looking straight out to the ocean. You can't even go out there because it's privately owned. That's some diabolical work. Diabolical work, right? So then later on, they had another piece directly in there. Gotta probably take a minute. Yeah, this piece right here. Quote, the Jamaicans that live across the road, who for generations could just walk across the road and into the sea, cannot do it anymore. That's the fact. Truth. It's very clear we have lost tremendous amounts of access. Again, this was stuff that I just found out about. Stuff to me that should not even be possible at this moment in time, because that's crazy to me. How could indigenous people who live there have other people that never lived there, never been there or anything, come directly to their land and be like, you know what, you natives, you can't sit up there and use this beachfront. You can't go to this property because it's no longer yours. You don't own it. That's crazy, because if I'm correct, somebody correct me if I'm wrong, right? Didn't quote unquote, didn't God make the planet? Didn't God make Earth? So how is it possible that men can come out of nowhere and sit up there and tell an indigenous group of people, an original group of people that's there, that you cannot access your own land? That's some diabolical work. That is crazy. That sounds real familiar. That sounds like the things that the United States government has done to Black Americans, right? It's real crazy. Diabolical work. We're going to have something else that pop up right here, right? So it was something else I found. They said 2 Jamaican airports are owned by a Mexican company, right? It's called Grupo Aeroporte. Well, that's speaking in Spanish, right? You got Norman Manley International Airport. GAP owns the airport in Kingston, Jamaica through its Special Purpose Vehicles, or SPV, PAC. Kingston Airport Limited, or PAC KLA. GAP signed a concession contract, right? A concessions contract with the Jamaican government in 2018 to operate and modernize and expand the airport. That's some crazy work. That is diabolical. Wow, can't even sit up there and make money off of your own stuff. That's crazy. Look at that. Waldo said, "You are not a victim. No problem, but you will be very soon." Just want to anybody else that want to pull up to the scene and try to tell Black Americans that guess what? You're not a victim. No problem, got you. But you will be very soon by the hands of your own people and your own government, your own police, and your own military. No problem. No problem. Like I said, you got it. You got it. Like I said, it's going to be what it's going to be at the end of the day. And you've caused all of this. What's that whole thing? Manifest destiny or whatever it is? I don't even know. I don't even care anymore. Like I said, the same energy, the same quote unquote karmic energy that you threw directly into the universe, that's still been sitting there because it really can't go anywhere because of how that energy was created. Oh, it's going to be falling real hard. Let me tell you. But the beautiful part about you guys is that you feel that we're not going to go by ourselves. We're going to take everybody with us because that's the type of people that y'all are. You can't, deal with certain things happening to you. So you got to make sure that other people are in bed with you in order to suffer in that burning house. That's some crazy work. But even if that's the case, I'll make sure you're the first one. No other way I can sit up there and say it. Like I said before, I guess we're all going to be going. Crank said, "Dude, you're making a mountain out of a molehill. Relax and enjoy life." This is me actually enjoying life. This is me being relaxed, enjoying life, and doing it what it is that I like to do. It's crazy work. It's crazy when you happen to have conversations and people want to tell you to relax. Wow, I didn't know I was, so anxious. I didn't know I was, so anxious. I didn't know I was, really up there. It's crazy. Diabolical work. I remember back in the day when the original televisions, the tube TVs, where you actually saw the faded color of people. And I noticed how when things started to shift to HD, how people looked more and more like they don't have color. And then after that took place, somebody in the broadcasting agency noticed that and it was like, yeah, we can't have this. So we're going to automatically just change something to a standard so that it appears that a certain group of people have a certain type of color or a tan where they lack that. It's crazy work. I remember that though. And it wasn't that long ago because that was in the 2000s. But yeah, it is what it is. Leonard, what is up? What is up? You said, Seiji, where do you find these crazy trolls? Yo, they come to me. Let me tell you. They come directly to me. Wait. What was that? You said, how do you run every platform? Wait, how do you run every platform? They're on here telling you how to act on your platform. Wait, I'm lost. I don't even, who are you even talking to? that's what I'm trying to figure out. I don't even know what you even talking about at this moment in time. But anyways, like I said before, to the Jamaican people directly out there, y'all got to get this directly under control. Your government specifically sold you out to the highest bidder, and they're allowing any and everybody to do what it is that they want to sit up there and do. It makes no sense how you're naturally there. This is for all intents and purposes, this is your birthright, and that was stolen and or taken away from you by way of the government and given to corporations. That's some diabolical work. Oh, okay. You said you were talking to the person who told me to relax. Okay, I got you. This is why I tell people you got to use the app button because I'm on go. Because the moment in time I start seeing something a little bit weird, oh, I see you. No problem. Laser vision. That's what's going to happen, right? So let's go to the next video.
Elon Musk has officially become the first person to ever lose $200 billion from their net worth in the shortest amount of time ever in history. I want to see us do this to the rest of the billionaires. Who's next? Who's next? Go. Like, who's next? I'm so dead ass. His net worth went from almost 400 billion to exactly 137 billion. From almost 400 billion in December to exactly 137 billion today. So who's next? Who's next on the chopping block? There's a couple of people that should have never been or become billionaires to begin with. So who's next? Who's next? This is how we get the oligarchy to listen by force. Do you understand? Because they're not going to listen to us just for the sake of listening to us. They don't give a fuck about us, okay? You gotta hit them where it hurts. I told y'all, hit them in their pockets. This is why this man was crying on Fox News. This is why this man is now, he's actually moving pretty erratic. He's moving a pretty erratic for a business partner. You want to know why? Because that is losing his money. He's losing his money, just like the people during the Great Depression when they lost their money and they was unaliving themselves. They started going crazy, loco. That's what's happening to that man right now. And I need it to happen to the rest of the billionaires in this world. So who is next? Comment in the put it in the comments. The next targeted billionaire that we will make them lose their net worth. Who's next? Because we got to do it to all of them. We got to round them all up. Also, because I know there's going to be somebody in the comments that's going to ask this question. Your source is foxbusiness.com. Foxbusiness.com literally reports that he went from almost $400 billion, right, to $137 billion today. Damn. I'm not going to hold you. I'd be losing my shoe. I would be. But like I said, who's next?
That's crazy. That's some diabolical work. But like I said, I don't care about Elon, losing money, because that's whatever. He can decide to create another business and get that money back up in pretty much no time. Again, he got SpaceX and all these other types of things directly going on. The real thing that would happen is if you were hitting corporations, like let's say a Kmart, Circuit City, Best Buy. I'm just listing just like random things. Like if you are like going after actual corporations, and you were like, all right, as a black community, we're not about to be buying nothing from Walmart, right? So that means both online and from the brick and mortar. You will start to see, if that happened across the United States of America, Walmart stocks will start to drop, because it's like they're buying up all of this stuff, but they're not moving all of that inventory. So in certain instances, they're going to have a lot of shrink. They're going to have a lot of things that they need to get rid of. So now they're going to have to slash prices. So on top of buying stuff in bulk at a certain price and then trying to turn around and sell it in store for a full price to make back from what they purchased, now they got to sit up there and slash that price. Right? Like I said, there's a multitude of things that can take place that can happen. That would be something I would be more impressed with. I'm not impressed with Elon losing money. A lot of people in the black community don't even have a Tesla. Just to be real, like black people still driving like other cars. Some people got cars from like 1994, 2004, so 1984. So I'm not really impressed. I'm not really moved, by Elon losing money. That's other individuals pulling their money, rich individuals pulling their money directly out of the stock and deciding to sell that. But like I said, the one thing that should be noted is that if you have enough people that are like-minded, that are willing to, put their money together or pull their money out, you can make a definite financial dent into somebody's bottom line. And that's the one thing that I feel that the black community should specifically take directly from at least that video, right? Ty said Target already lost about 16 billion. Ooh, that's crazy. Lisa said, why billionaires and millionaires fund like 90% if our government, you're going to pick up the slack, get rid of BlackRock. They're the threat. Technically, it's more than BlackRock. You got BlackRock, Vanguard, and many others directly out there. You got the main two that hold up trillions of dollars by themselves. I think altogether, I think both of those groups have about 20 trillion to themselves, with all of the many tentacles that they have, into different facets and areas around finances. So yeah, and again, we got the stuff directly out there. Sham said Oprah ain't keeping her head down. She just slick. That's all. She got that Hawaii land and she's not trying to give it back. Yeah, that's true. She is not trying to get it back. Oprah will fight tooth and nail the same way that Oprah was fighting the Texas meat farmers. She's going to fight for that land in Hawaii 10 times more than that. And then she'll still have that land because, like I said, she got The Rock directly in her corner. The Rock is part Hawaiian. He's black and Hawaiian, right? So if you got somebody like The Rock backing up Oprah or on the side of Oprah, that means that you more than likely are going to have a lot of Hawaiian natives that are going to back her up as well too and not have a problem, which realistically Hawaiian natives should have a problem with anybody in the United States owning land or owning more land than the natives there. That's diabolical and that is crazy. And again, I'm going to state that because the Hawaiians had their land specifically stolen by the United States government. That is factual. That is proven. You can go look it up. The United States even gave a direct apology to the Hawaiian people. So like I said, I ain't even about to, debate that no nonsense with nobody. It's crazy work. Crazy work. So let's go to the next video. And this is dealing with cops. So pay attention.
This arrogant police officer didn't know he had pulled over an FBI agent. The cop treated him disgustingly by making fun of him, but when he realized what he had done, it was already late.
I need you to open all the windows for me right now. You want me to make your life difficult? Because I love making people's lives difficult. Really? There you go. I just did that. What are you going to do about it? Nothing. Okay. So, license, registration, proof of insurance. You call supervisor? There's no supervisor. There's no supervisor? No. Put your hands up there. I got a gun on my side. Okay. Where's the gun? On my right. Right here. For my safety and your safety, we're going to do this today, okay? Do you have a license to carry? We're in Florida, right? But do you have a shot? I sure enough do. Okay. Hey, buddy. It's around my neck. But it's called a concealed carry permit. Listen, my license is around my neck. Oh. I carry it around my neck. What is this? Is this fake? A lot of people like to act like they're cops. Federal agent. Oh, right. Where's the ID? Give me a favor. Federal agent. Okay. So now my badge don't even make a difference. Lean against the car. So you're a cop. So why wouldn't you tell me? You been drinking today? Drinking, sir. We don't drink. I smell alcohol emanating from the vehicle. Actually, we're doing an investigation on. You didn't call your sergeant here neither. So the things that we supposed to do here, right? Okay. Well, you could have just identified yourself. When I showed you my badge and you grabbed my badge, you still didn't believe it was real. Because people impersonate officers all the time. I'll make sure when I see your sergeant. Well, we don't have to go that far. No, we won't. We'll go farther than that. We'll make sure we talk to them. We'll make sure you do a lot of things on this. I'm pretty sure you probably have other offenses against you. But you have a nice day. Listen. I appreciate you, sir. Listen. Sir, I appreciate you.
Like I said, that's some crazy work and didn't believe him. Didn't believe that he was a federal agent, FBI. Didn't believe that at all because he was black, because he has locks. So he wanted to profile the guy. Like he said before, what did the cops say? He was like, oh, I love to sit up there and make people's lives more difficult. Crazy work. And all to find out, and this is not the first time that some dumb cops like this decided that they wanted to treat a black federal agent like this. Crazy work. But like I said, this is where racism gets you. This is where that mindset gets you. He felt that he was superior. He felt that he is the law. He was on that Judge Dredd, type of tip. And now he got to sit up there and deal with the aftermath. Now you're going to be having a long conversation. And now you done made, if nobody was actually paying attention or looking at that police force, the whole precinct, now everybody's looking. Now that whole area is hot because of the one dummy. Good job. And more than likely, just like the FBI agent said, because they know they compile information, they look at data. A lot of these cops have things already on their record against them that they've done to ordinary citizens. And this dummy just sat up there and decided to put himself up there for sacrifice along with his other people. Whew. Like, I would love to see more of this take place. But I want people to understand this, though. Anytime you see somebody say Blue Lives Matter and all of that stuff, those are the types of cops that they're advocating for. Those are the types of cops that they say that they love and all this other type of stuff and yada, yada. They love stuff like this. Because like I said before, nobody cares when things happen like this to black folks. They do not care at all. They do not mind it. They look over it. Like, let this black man have not even had a badge directly on him. People are like, oh, well, maybe you should follow the law-abiding, orders of an officer. Stop talking back. Pay attention. Just direct yes or no. Just get your license. Like I said, I have seen y'all comments all the time on X, especially under these cop videos, especially when it deals with black folks. And that's the way that y'all want to talk every single time. But magically, y'all tone is so different when it's your 18-year-old son. And it's this exact same cop that wants to just find a reason, that just wants to poke and pry, and that wants to try to cause an issue or a problem so that he can just react. magically the tone is different. He needs to be stripped of his badge. He needs to be jailed. He needs to be this. He no longer needs to be an officer. Somebody needs to investigate. Yada, yada, yada. Crazy work. But like I said, all of this stuff that y'all just so happen to see is going to happen to y'all. And y'all going to have to sit up there and deal with it. Matter of fact, because we're dealing with the whole police thing, I was going to save this for a different time. Let me gather some more of the police videos that I got. Let me just showcase this one here, right?
Excuse me, sir?
Yes.
What are you doing here today?
I'm just waiting at the bus stop.
This isn't a bus stop.
I usually come here every day, and the bus driver, when he gets here, he lets me know he's here, and I get on.
What were you doing before you got here?
Just coming home. Just coming from home at breakfast.
And where are you going?
I'm going to a friend's house.
And what do you intend to do at that friend's house?
Well, what we normally do is just chill, relax, talk.
Well, we have a report of a black male with a dangerous weapon. Yeah. I'm looking at the weapon right now.
Well, I don't have a dangerous weapon.
Black male with a dangerous weapon.
I'm looking at a weapon. It's in your hand. What are you doing with that?
Sir, this is my walking stick.
Your walking stick?
Yes, I'm blind. I can't see you.
You're looking right at me.
Oh, boy.
I can hear your voice, but I can't see you.
So you're telling me you're blind and then you use that device to find your way around? I'm not buying it.
Yeah, that's what it is, yeah.
Sir, that is a weapon, and you can't be in possession of it.
That's not a weapon.
What other weapons do you have on you?
I don't have any weapons.
No weapons at all?
Not at all.
So you're just sitting here randomly, no reason at all, carrying a weapon?
Bro, I'm just waiting on my bus.
This isn't a bus stop. We've already discussed that. No bus is coming here.
I come here every day.
Well, you're in the wrong spot. So your story's not adding up. Now, I would like to know what you're really up to.
Like I said to you, you're stressing me out right now. I'm just waiting on my bus.
You look very suspicious, and your behavior is very questionable right now. So I'm going to ask you again, why are you here, and what are you doing?
Bro, I'm just waiting on my bus.
This isn't a bus stop. We've already discussed that. So you're going to have to come up with a better story than that. I don't appreciate being lied to. I'm an officer of the law. Do you understand that?
Well, officer, I'm just waiting on the bus. I got no weapons on me.
You didn't answer my question. Do you understand that I'm an officer of the law? I'm in charge here. I am the law.
I understand that, officer.
Can you repeat that? Who's the law?
You are the law.
I'm the law, not you.
So I want people to understand, because I saw the same thing online, and a lot of people are like, yo, this has to be fake. This cannot be real. Yada yada yada. Right? No problem, because I see some of it in the comment section. And I got you, right? Because normally when I happen to put up videos, I try to give y'all a comparison video so that you can see that things like this have happened before. And I'm going to give you a story that I've talked about before directly on this channel. Let me give you the white version, right? Let me just pull that up directly for you guys so that you can see it. Some of you guys may be, aware of this one, but let's go.
In your back pocket.
It's a navigational age. What's the problem? You a tyrant?
Yeah, I am actually. What's your name and date of birth?
I don't have to give that. What is your suspicion?
It looks like you're carrying a gun in your back pocket. I'm stopping to make sure you're carrying it properly. You don't have
you ensured that it's not a firearm?
No, you keep turning so I can't see it. You don't have to be to me.
Well, you're being one to me. There's no problem. You have your ID or not? I do have my ID, but you don't need it. Sir, you legally blind? Yes, I am. Okay.
All right, Mr. Hodges. Was that hard?
It's going to be. I want your name and your badge number. No, I put him in jail for resisting.
Okay. All right, let's go.
Right? So we saw that, right? So you got this older white male. He was under suspicion for, quote unquote, carrying a gun in his back pocket. This is what he had in his back pocket. What somebody correct me if I'm wrong. What has to be the intelligence level of a cop? Somebody just let me know that. Somebody let me know that, because I've covered quite a few cop videos over my time on this platform. This is insane. So you mean to tell me that you mistook a folded walking stick as a gun in his back pocket when he proceeded to get the folded walking stick out of his pocket? You still proceeded to put him in handcuffs. Like I said, you can't make this up. You can't make this up. So this is why I wanted to showcase both videos back to back. So let me just go back, right? Let me put this directly up there, right? So you got a black guy clearly with a walking stick, right? We can clearly see that he has a walking stick. It is unfolded, it is straightened. You clearly see he got the, as I like to call him, he has the Terminator shades directly on, right? It's all good. We all know that he's obviously blind or seeing impaired, and he has a walking stick so he can feel around and not bump into stuff and all this other type of stuff, right? But magically, no, he's not blind because he's looking in the direction of the officer. I've never in my life had to look in the direction of a teacher to actually speak to said teacher. Or if I'm looking in the direction of somebody, doesn't actually mean that I'm actually looking at that person. I can hear something, but I may not actually be focally looking. That's not even a word. I'm not even focusing and actually looking directly at that person, right? Like I said, crazy stuff. So, right. So you got the white cop, black blind guy, right? So then we go to the other video where you have white male, again, seeing impaired, and the white cops give him the same treatment and or harassment. Just saying. Just saying. That's crazy. I'm just trying to figure out what's the actual thing here. Just trying to figure out. Oh, we had a Jose come back in there. That's crazy. That's diabolical. Yeah, I saw him trying to spam some stuff. The funniest thing is I've also further showcase some things to some people. I've also showcased the fact that cops periodically do things directly to white citizens directly out here, right? Be it, going against their rights to, record what's taking place, the interactions and different things like that. The cops deciding that they want to assault somebody who is just watching the scene, or a variety of different scenarios, right? No knock raise, all of that. And magically, I'll get comments like Jose that'll be like, oh, this is fake. This is a part of a TV show. This is a part of a movie, all this. Like I said, crazy. Like I said, you can't tell nobody nothing. Can't tell nobody nothing. This is why I'm just waiting for everything to sit up there and happen. That's why I'm just waiting for everything to sit up there and happen, because the only way for people to actually believe that stuff like this is real is for it to happen to them. In order for people to realize that you got black people out here that have lost family members, sons, fathers, grandfathers, and whatnot, or whatever, or even daughters and mothers, they lost them by way of police officers that were just highly aggressive, that were doing things that they should not have been doing. They should have been practicing de-escalation instead of escalating it. The moment in time that white folks out here end up going through the exact same situation, which is the loss of life by the hands of cops, then they'll understand it. But like I said, I've showcased those videos too. And even still with that proof, you still get clowns that pull up to the scene. It's crazy. But like I said, they all about that Blue Lives Matter though, right? They agree with all of these actions. No problem. So let's continue to I gotta, let me see, how do I set up this one here? Let me see if this is the right one. Okay, that was the same one there. This one. So this one I made sure to blur a lot of things out because the person here is obviously carrying a firearm, right? So what ended up taking place is, you can see up top, and make sure to get the where it took place, right? A woman fatally shot and on Preston, right? So this is the person that is deciding that she wants to, because of whatever argument or fight that took place, she decided that she wanted to take the life of a whole nother person, right? So we're going to see what happened. Hold on, what was that? Dev Mike said, show the whole video, not just in parts. How about you shut up? If I want to show a video in parts, I'll show it in parts. If I want to show the whole video, I'll show the whole video. If I want to talk in between every 5 to 10 seconds, I'll sit up there and do that. Like, I guess, like, going through school, that y'all didn't sit up there and like learn nothing. Like, the moment in time that you interrupt the teacher, you just gonna sit up there and make things worse. Like, yo, that's some crazy work. Like, y'all really think that y'all pulling up to the scene giving orders to somebody? like you paying something, like you just paid a subscription to this channel or something. Crazy work. Crazy work. You can decide to go tell that to your mom, whatever woman in your family. You can go decide to order them around and see if they'll do it. It's crazy work. Crazy work. Crazy work. So let's see what happened.
Yeah! Yeah!
Gotta blur that out.
Oh, shit!
So the part that you don't hear is the gun going directly off and her aiming directly at the person. But she ran all the way down the street to the corner to the woman that she saw, that she more than likely had an altercation directly with. And she proceeded to sit up there and shoot her. So this is why when you have the person that's directly in front, that's near the trash can, and the other person right there, right? Because they were all going in the same direction. After the gunshot happened, everybody decides to sit up there and run. And then you turn around and you see the big woman there deciding to run back because she did something that she was not supposed to do. And the main reason that I'm showcasing any of that taking place is because I've consistently said on this platform, the moment in time that women out here decide that they only want to fixate and focus on the violence and the crime that men commit, they're going to allow women out here who have the exact same mentality, if not worse, to skate directly by and commit the same amount or worse crimes that men have committed or are committing at this moment in time. And that's what I'm looking at on social media. And this is why there's videos that some of y'all daughters are out here. I'm talking about like your daughters are probably like 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. They're literally out here with their group of friends fighting in the streets, fighting at school, fighting. And I'm talking about this ain't videos from like 2, 3, 4. I'm talking about these are videos from 2025 just happening. Sometimes the video just happened literally a day or two ago. And your kids are up there periodically throughout the week posting these fight videos, jumping somebody at their house, busting somebody's car windows directly out, acting all types of disarray. But like I said, nobody wants to talk about the women or young girls out here doing all of this nonsense, committing these crimes. It's a whatever because it's women doing it. But let men go out here doing this exact same thing. People are, this is why we got to protect the streets. This is why we need men to step up and be fathers, da. If we need men to step up to be fathers to stop men from doing these crimes, we need women to step up and actually be mothers and not be best friends or girlfriends, chasing after the same age of guy. But like I said, it'd be like that, though. It'd be like that. So the thing I will sit up there and say is, I'm not, I don't know who that woman's family is, who, passed from that shot. My condolences to your family. If you had kids, my condolences to your kids. My condolences to your friends and any neighbors or coworkers that may have known you, because this was senseless. It didn't need to happen. It should not have happened. And whoever was with this woman in the green, this big back directly in the green, whoever was with her, all of them need to sit up and get thrown directly in prison for being accessories. 100%. Because nobody, you got 1, 2, 3, and also the person filming. You got 4 to 5 people right there that could have potentially stopped this from taking place, and they opted not to sit up there and do it. Some crazy work. Let me go back and see. Let me see if it was in what state, if I can. Oh, matter of fact, I might not be able to give you the state because the post that I have, that was actually deleted. I forgot to tell y'all that. That's the other thing about a lot of these videos. Whenever they get posted, a lot of times they get deleted by the person that posted it. So it was actually by luck that I was able to get the video. And also, because the person underneath that post who was a part of the thread, it was a woman. She said that this happened at around 8 a.m. in the morning. So just think about that. 8 a.m. in the morning, you got kids going, like waking up, going to school, waiting for the bus. You got old folks out there going to and from, maybe the corner store or whatnot, or whatever. Somebody getting up just to go to their car to get ready to go to the job or something, right? And then you got this fool running around with a gun deciding that she want to take somebody's life because, fisticuffs didn't go her way. An argument didn't go her way that she liked. That's crazy. That's 100% crazy. Ty said it was in central Baltimore. It's crazy. It's 100% crazy. Sean Wiggins said he thinks it's in East Baltimore. Well, we at least can get down to a common thing of it's in Baltimore. We at least know that. Sides we don't really know, but it took place and it happened. Like I said, my condolences to the family. It's something that shouldn't have happened. Roman said, "Show it." I did show it. I did.
Yeah.
It's blurred and partially blurred.
Oh my God.
Oh, shit.
Right?
Oh my God.
They're all running because of the shot that set up and took place. And again, I made sure to blur because number one, she's carrying a firearm, and I'm not somebody trying to advocate for people to do things illegally because more than likely she don't got a license for that at all because I didn't see a holster, no nothing. And then number two, anybody that legally is able to carry a firearm would know not to do anything like that because at no point in time was her life or did she need to defend her life because she was clearly running down the street, which means that obviously the person was not facing her, all this other type of stuff that they normally just so happen to say. And number three, it was blurred because I'm not about to sit up there and show somebody's, final resting place. We're not, I'm not going to sit up and do that. Right. Respectfully. So it's crazy. That is 100% crazy. What was that? Somebody said black culture is getting more and more fathers. I guess you could say that about America in general because the CDC themselves basically stated that out of all of the groups of men here, that black men are both in and around their children's lives more than any other group. So I guess so. I guess if you're talking about, fatherlessness, I guess you would be the key point, the key cornerstone directly on that. I guess you would know more about that than a lot of other black people here. So yeah, good luck with that one. Because if you want to be mad at anybody, go to the CDC and make sure you have that conversation. Don't come back in the conversation and try to argue facts with me because it ain't gonna happen. Did enough videos. Let's go to the next story.
You yesterday. Police say this is the person who spray painted racist graffiti on 2 schools in Afton. Patrick Sloan, charged with property damage motivated by discrimination. They say he painted hate language on the walls of Rogers Middle School and Afton High School. Police released surveillance video of the incident. They say Sloan likely used paint cans stolen from a local hardware store last week.
That's some crazy work. So you mean to tell me that this random white boy for no reason decided that he wanted to spray paint racial slurs directly on a building, and not only that, he couldn't even afford the spray paint. He decided that he wanted to go to the hardware store and steal the spray paint to be racist. That's some crazy work. Never in my life have I ever did anything like that. I never had the idea of like, yo, I want to sit up there and see what it feels like to be one of those members. I see a Catholic church. There's an Ace Hardware across the street. Let me MacGyver my 2 brain cells together and decide to act on an irrational thought. Let me spray paint that church and put some nice symbols on. Never in my life. Never in my life. But every single time I hear about this stuff, it's always people that look just like this. I wonder why that is. I wonder why that is. Look at that. The face of hate. That's crazy word. Look at that. As Rihanna, he has no soul in it. This dude has no soul in his eyes. This guy right here has no soul. This is the blankest death stare that I've ever seen in my life. That is some satanic type stuff right there. That dude looked like he in a trance. It looked like he been through a couple of brainwashes, a couple of seances. That's crazy. Diabolical work though. Mm-mm-mm. Another coconut is at it. You said Kelly Tedford. That's what you said? Let me see if I spelled it right. Tedford. I think I might have spelled that wrong. Let me see. Content creator Kelly Tedford arrested for filming herself contaminating foods and surfaces with urine in grocery stores. Wow. Oh yeah, I gotta let me. Oh man, you gotta be kidding me on that. That's nasty, brother. Like, why would you? So let me just. I gotta just put her face directly up there. I'm just gonna read this off to y'all. Let me just get her picture real quick. Let me upload this because we're gonna do this because y'all want to roll up here and play games. No problem. So we're equal opportunists. We got men and women, white in origin, directly up here, right? So we're gonna look at this. Shout out to Ty. So it says grocery employee turned content creator relieved herself on food products for years. Woo! That's crazy. A grocery store employee turned online content creator allegedly urinated on food products for years, according to a statement issued by the Canee Police Department. 23-year-old Kelly Tedford of Canee. Hold on, I had an advertisement that showed up. Kelly Tedford of Canee, New Hampshire, was taken into custody after an anonymous individual alerted authorities to disturbing videos that were posted to an internet site. People should know what the internet site is because she's more than likely not the first or the only one that has done this, that has posted this stuff. We need to know what that site is. Authorities stated that in one video, Tedford recorded herself contaminating items in a local business with her urine. The business in question was identified by police as Mandanock Food Co-op, which is located in Canee, New Hampshire. Quote, upon notifying Canee police, the co-op immediately removed the affected product and in coordination with the health department issued a recall. According to police investigation, uncovered multiple other videos in which Tedford contaminated items and or surfaces with urine in Canee and surrounding communities, with police noting that several videos appear to be recorded as early as 2021. Tedford was taken in custody as of Friday and charged with criminal mischief. Are you serious? That's it? But later released on personal recognizant bail. She is scheduled to appear in court for arraignment on April 7th. So they said police said that Mandanock lost around 1,500 due to merchandise that needed to be destroyed as well as cleaning costs. The investigation remains ongoing and additional criminal charges are possible. It's crazy how she ain't really. That's wow. Let me look at the comments under here. Again, Scott, 1980, he was like, an embarrassing and confusing situation for this young woman for sure. Some displaced anger and emotional issues at play for sure. Brother, white people, this is what I'm talking about. I can read off these stories, and for whatever reason, you will have somebody that is trying to poison or contaminate your foods, and you will give them excuses. You're just saying that she's emotionally imbalanced. Things are not all there. You're in a sense feeling sorry for it. Like, are you kidding me? Like this is how I know. Like, y'all always like to say all lives matter. Obviously not. Y'all don't care. Y'all don't care about nothing your own people do specifically to your community. She could have had an STD. She could have had urine that was laced with some type of medication or drug. You don't know what could have happened. And then who's to say that one of your kids didn't, happen to touch or get in contact with the food that she decided to contaminate or the items? Oh my goodness. This is, like I said, y'all ain't gonna understand nothing. Y'all ain't gonna understand nothing. That is crazy. Diabolical work. Diabolical work. Wait, what happened? Let me see. He said somebody said must be new. Try to figure out who specifically are you referring to. Mick Meeks for doing what she did. Yeah, she does. So it must be new at Too Cool. We're the chat, equal opportunity critics, and or debates in for the left or the right. Welcome to the party. Yeah, that's facts. D Money said biochemical warfare. Bars. Barbara said no excuses. Hey, well, Barbara, this one I'm going to say for all intents and purposes, anytime I happen to look at stories revolving around or dealing with white people, Caucasians, Caucanites, depending on how sensitive people are with names, I happen to see the exact same sentiments. People are like, oh, well, she didn't really mean to do it. Maybe she just needs more love at home. She just needs a therapist. This is like, there's no sense of urgency, right? And I for sure can sit up and tell you with 100% certainty the type of vocalized aggression and sentiments that I would see online if she was a black woman. Oh, this would be a whole different story. How this woman's picture would have been plastered online if it was a black woman that did that. Woo! Let me tell you, it would have been all over the place. It would have been all over the place, and it would have just been brought up in conversation that had nothing to do with nothing. Trust me, I done seen it out of all of the many years that I've been online, on social media platforms, on news sites. I done seen it countless times. It's some crazy work. But this is why I sit up there and say a lot of white people in their own communities don't actually care when their own people do things like this directly to them. You said it's pronounced Keen. I mean, hey, I pronounce everything. Keen, it'd be like that. It'd be like that. Salmon, it'd be like that. Tomato, it'd be like that. Let me. It'd be like that. Like Iron Lion said, she got cash bail. Yeah. What was that? Jesse was like, all color with you, dude. I mean, I showed you a black woman that committed a crime. And then from there, I showed you a white woman and a white man that committed a crime. What am I missing here? Isn't that equal opportunity? I'm just, I don't know. I thought that was, being equal. I'm looking at both black and white and black. I thought that was equal. I thought that was equality, guys. I thought that was an even playing field. It's not really lopsided, but hey. Barbara says 75-year-old white woman. Gotcha. Okay. He said, and you're right. If she were any other color, she would be there now. Yeah, she would. And she would have been locked up. She wouldn't have been released on her own recognizance, and she wouldn't have got a cash bail. That just wouldn't have happened. It's and again, the reason I'm bringing this up is because I covered this during the pandemic. That video was gone because YouTube decided to state that I was advocating for people to go out there and lick on food or open bottles and do all of this stuff. And that just wasn't the case. Realistically, I feel that YouTube specifically targeted that video because of the demographic that was being primarily shown in that video doing these things. And it was 100% proof of this demographic doing these things, on top of having mainstream media also report on the news. So not only do I have the live video being recorded from these people and they put it on social media, I also got mainstream media talking about it as well. But YouTube had a problem with it, and that video is no longer in existence. So like I said, here we are in 2025, and we're back at it again with people doing the exact same thing, if not worse. It's crazy work. It's crazy work. Crazy work. Pablo said you are advocating for people to opening bottles. Was that a question? Was that a question or a statement, Pablo? I'm not sure. Let me just re-say what I stated. The reason why that video got taken down was because YouTube told me that they felt as though I was advocating for people to go out there and commit a lot of these acts. So if you have people licking on toilet seats, if you have people opening Blue Bunny ice cream and licking it and putting it back in the freezer and doing that 3 to 4 more times, if you had other people that were coughing in public, knowing what was going on during the pandemic, if you had other people opening up Hawaiian Punch or Gatorades and cracking them open, taking a sip, putting it back up and mixing it. Again, I wasn't advocating. I wasn't telling people or enabling people to do it. I was simply making people aware. But that's what I be trying to tell people is like, hey, I can put information and news directly out there to make the wider, parts of society aware of these things, these criminal acts taking place, no matter who's doing it, and then it'll get quashed, it'll get stopped by way of the platforms directly out here because they'll make up some magical reason and in order to take down the video. Crazy work. Crazy work. Denise said, I thought it was a woman. Meadow said, well, I'm Native American Irish. I don't know if that got to do anything. I Ain't Lying said the only humans will unite is the space creatures that invade us. Sam said Native American, what tribe? I Ain't Lying said ain't gonna happen. Meadow said Cherokee. Barbara said all this crap and mostly done by whites. I guess you were trying to say. Let me see. Look at the E and a W. Okay, yeah, that was a typo. Yeah, you saying whites? Yeah, it's crazy. You said it makes me ashamed of my race. It be like that. And the main reason that I bring a lot of these things up is because if the mass majority of these things are taking place and it's happening, Barbara, within your communities, I'm trying to make you guys aware, regardless on, how people feel about my directness or how it is that I speak, doing my best to try to report and let you guys know, like, hey, you got some ne'er-do-wells, you got some criminals, you got some strangers, in your community that are up to no good and that are trying to, poison or, contaminate your wells, your food or whatever products you got directly out there. And you have other people that want to come through in the comment section and be like, oh no, he's racist, he's against white people, no, all this other. Hey, it'd be like that. Like I said, a lot of people don't want to face the fact of seeing what their own people are doing. They don't want to look at themselves in the mirror and have to be forced to look inwardly and call that stuff directly out, and then also have to work and fix those things. So, this is when a lot of deflection and all the other type of stuff, decides to happen. But again, I respect your honesty. I Ain't Lying said, nope, I'm proud of me. Meadow said Navajo, I guess, talking about Native American tribes. Sam said, Gail, I was just trying to say that there is more than just one type of Cherokee, too. They're calling the Cherokees targets. Okay, I got you. See what you're saying. Sanchez said the officer of law is an idiot. He needs to be stripped of his badge. That is 100% facts. Most people don't understand that it has never been about white or black, left or right. Class consciousness teaches that it's 99% versus the 1%. Aliens, again, in a perfect world, you are 100% correct. 100% correct. That's also a message that I've also tried to present directly to people. People would rather not pay attention and let things just happen as is, or they want to decide to troll and just allow everything to fall down versus actively trying to, fix the problem, right? Or point that out to their cohorts, their, other underlings or people that are directly with them. Like I said, it's some crazy stuff directly out here. Barbara said, you're against crime, not race. See, look at that. I don't even have to say anything, and you got somebody who got it. Barbara got it. It's just the fact that a lot of people don't like my delivery. I can't help that. I'm there's nothing I can do about that. And again, you can happen to talk as educated, as book smart as you want to sit up there and do, and people will still find a problem. So, it'd be like that. Navajo said the Navajo is the largest Native American tribe in the United States. What else we got? Chat said the real fight I have is the have and have nots. America pushing cultural wars. I mean, it'd be like that. If the United States government of which you voted for, I'm going to guess. Let me go back up to chat. I'm going to guess that you voted either which way, either Democrat, Republican, or whatever it is. I'm pretty sure that you more than likely voted. Your family voted. A lot of people have to deal with the fallout. However, the economy basically goes, everybody's going to have to sit up there and deal with it. As I showcased in the previous video, a lot of white farmers have to deal with the fact that they are, in a sense, suffering, or things are not going the way that they felt that it should go in order to specifically benefit them in a positive way. So now you have a lot of farmers directly on TikTok that are crying, that are being victims at this moment in time, which at no point in time did I ever look at or view white people as being victims, right? White people, masters of the universe, God of gods, right? Jesus Christ for all intents and purposes, right? So at no point in time could I ever look at any situation that white folks go through and be like, you know what, you guys are actually victims. I'm like, that's impossible, right? Because the main thing that people have always stated is that white people are strong, they are powerful, they are ingenious, right? They have built everything directly out here, modernized society. So at no point in time, no matter what white folks go through, I can't specifically state that they are ever victims. I can't, like that. That would be going against everything that has been placed directly up. But then I go online and look on TikTok and I see white farmers boohooing and crying and trying to figure out what it is that they're going to do. I'm like, that doesn't make any sense. You literally have the United States government to help you out, to bail you out of a variety of situations. Black farmers don't specifically have that exact same thing, but try to point those things out, because even though both parties are having a situation and an issue and a problem, the main common thing that's going to happen is that the American people as a whole are going to suffer when it deals with the food that they need, right? When it deals with them going directly to the markets, when it deals with them trying to find or get a fair shake in prices when they need to buy groceries. Because I've been at the point in time of going, like I said, I told y'all before, at one point in time I worked at Whole Foods. And I remember just buying a few items directly at Whole Foods, and it came up to almost $50. And I'm like, brother, it's like I bought like two things of some wonton, or not wonton, of some General Tso wings. I bought, like a loaf of bread, maybe like a family size thing of orange juice. Like, this is for, like my lunch and stuff, because I worked overnight. I bought that and maybe a few more things. And it was like, bam, $34. I'm like, brother, what's happening? I'm like, did you miscalculate that? Because I'm looking at this conveyor belt and I'm like, I'm not seeing $30 to $40 worth of items here. I'm like, what are we doing here? I'm like, what did you specifically add up? Something is not calculating, right? And that was back then. And now you sit up there and look at what everybody in America has to deal with when it deals with the grocery store. It's crazy. Even when it goes to the dollar store, it is crazy. It's not, you no longer have a dollar store. It is just a store. You no longer have a Dollar General. It's just general store. Like, that's all it is, because they can't keep up with the same prices because of inflation and everything else that is, taking place. It's crazy work. It's crazy. 100% crazy. Uck said, I think it's the government versus everyone, not just certain races. Well, this is why I try to convey to a lot of people as well, that I can literally talk to people exactly where they are at a point in time. And I've said that to people. If in general people were just specifically like, hey, everything is, dealing with everybody in general. Everybody is human being. Everybody is God's children. If the general consensus was actually there, then how I talk would be vastly different. Right? Because everybody would literally be on the exact same page. Everybody is not on the same page. You got to meet people specifically where they are. You got to talk to people specifically where they are at that moment in time. Because if you talk beyond them or in front of them, people aren't going to be able to hear that. Right? Because you're talking in the future when people are in the here and now. Right? If you talk in a sense past them, again, people aren't going to sit up there and hear it, because again, they're moving forward. You're talking in a sense past them, standing still. So for me, as a content creator, I have to sit up there and find or figure out a way to talk to people and walk directly with them so that they can digest the information or whatever it is that I just so happen to be saying. So, like I said, that's how it works. So this is why when you happen to look at my content, you can see me hitting a variety of notes, speaking a variety of ways, talking to demographics directly out there. So I guess this is also the other reason why a lot of people at one point in time wanted to say that, oh, Seiji, you're not black. You're white on the inside. You're a sellout. You're this, you're that. I'm like, all right, I guess so. I guess so. Because the craziest part is when the news does when they on the news on mainstream media does the exact same thing, right? Does not work. But when they just so happen to do the exact same thing where they're trying to convey a message and talk to people, in a sense, walk directly with them, walk wherever they are mentally, they're going to reach them basically there. Nobody's saying it about the news. But when you're an individual and you're trying to relay certain information, magically people want to sit up there and condemn you for, speaking to the demographics directly out there, pointing news directly to those demographics directly out there. Crazy work. Crazy work. It's diabolical. Diabolical. Alien said, first we went through inflation and then was greedflation, and now we're going through tariffs. How much more can America take? Like I said, realistically, I don't know what to sit up there and tell you. This is not anything that I asked for. This is not anything that I wanted. I thought a lot of other people that voted would have been smarter with their vote. And people decided that they wanted to be impulsive. They wanted to be emotional, and they voted the way they wanted to vote. And now people have to deal with the fallout. And it's like that. Like I said, I tried to warn people. I was talking to people way back when Trump first got in office. I had this conversation. But even beyond that, I also talked about the Biden administration as well, too. And I talked about the different things dealing with food prices. I, talked about the gas prices. I talked about things dealing with the jobs and the economy and stuff like that. I talked about that the whole 9 yards. So, like I said before, I am not here, specifically on part of the Democratic Party or on part of the Republican Party, because ain't none of these parties good. They're both trash. Because at the end of the day, all of those people are getting rich while everybody in his comment section is staying broke. Like I said, the greatest thing my mom still tells me to this day is the fact that during my timeline, more than likely there's going to be very little, if not no, middle class. So going back up to what other people stated, there will be only poor and there will be rich. And then they're trying to restructure the money in such a way that even if, let's say, you're making on the low end, like you got hundreds of thousands of dollars, you'll still be considered poor. You're just high end poor. Right. And even if some people might happen to make it into the millions, you may be at the tip, the top peak of poor, just maybe reaching directly into rich. But like I said, people are not paying attention. People are not paying attention to specifically the restructuring and how everything is taking place and what is going on. And it's only by way of the government, by the rich and the least directly out there, that are doing these things. And the people are so blinded by all of the things that are placed by mainstream media that they got people tied up into emotions that they were like, yeah. Look at the blacks, look at the blacks, look at the blacks. Instead of looking at black people, you need to be looking at all of these rich white people directly out here that are literally running the country, that are literally running social media. Because as a content creator, let me sit up there and tell y'all something to any of, the folks directly out there listening. I've been on social media so long, I could sit up there and tell you there was a point in time where, let's say, things like that were on X or IG or whatnot, things were a little bit more organic when they would come up to your timeline or they would show up directly to you. Now, a lot of these things are orchestrated because they have AI and computers and different systems running behind the scenes that, again, going back to what I told you before about them creating a portfolio, everybody that has a cell phone, right? Your Google account is hooked up to your cell phone, right? Which is another advertisement area. Number two, you might have a tablet, or you might have, let's say, like a radio station that you listen to on top of having a computer. All of those places that are tied directly to that one account, all of these systems that are set in place know specifically what to give you because they have a portfolio. And a way to further prove this is for anybody listening, take out the time to create a brand new fresh Google profile and a fresh YouTube, and specifically just open it up and look at what YouTube gives you, right? And then log out of that switch and then look at what YouTube gives you when you're on your normal profile. It's going to be two different types of worlds. Like the content that they give you is going to be in general. They're just going to throw any and everything at you because they're waiting for you to potentially play even 5 seconds or even click or potentially stare at it long enough where they're like, okay, this person is into this. Bam, we got one thing. Let's try to get 99 other things so then we can really create this profile, get it down, and we can get the ads directly to them. We can get the commercials directly set in the video from the advertisers. We can put, certain coupons and whatnot directly in their face. Because trust me, there's been so many, everybody knows that, well, at least for the people that just so happen to watch me, a lot of people know that I order stuff directly from Uber. There'll be certain times when I'm not even thinking about Uber, nothing is in a sense listed, right? I'm not getting any type of like ads on my phone. It's not dinging. I'm not getting a 50 or 40% off, right? But the moment of time I'm thinking about Uber, I'm thinking about ordering, I'm vocally talking about it, and my screen of my phone is black, Do you know what happens? Because it happened to me about a day or two ago. I ended up getting a notification directly from Uber letting me know of certain BOGO deals, let me know of certain half offs, buy one, get one free. You got a 40% off here, a 30% off here, a 50% off here, a $2% off here. I started getting these advertisements specifically by Uber. And that was without me having to have touched that Uber app within those last few days. The phone was just, again, black screen, it was just on, but I started getting those notifications because I was speaking about it, because those systems that I'm telling you that are in place, because your phone is always on, they are registering, they're reading everything that you're saying verbally, and they're transcribing that directly into those systems so that they can specifically tailor and point advertisements and advertisers directly to you. So, but like I said before, if nobody wants to take my word or believe what it is that I'm saying, by all means, try out that experiment for yourself. On the same platform, I showcase to you the fact that TikTok is different in China. I made a Chinese account, showcase how TikTok basically runs, how it works. It was beautiful. Let me just tell you, if you've never done it, if you've never done that experiment before in your life, make yourself, you'll have to, fandangle some ways and do some different stuff. Make you a Chinese TikTok account and go directly and just open up TikTok and look at the stuff that you get on there, right? You'll have some humorous stuff. It's not anything out of the way or provocative. You'll have some funny humorous stuff, maybe family, maybe children or babies. Other than that, you'll see the kids, they're doing educational robotics, they're doing mathematical equations, they're cooking, they're farming, right? The men and the women are being, doing the things that they normally do, either sitting up there dating or, just subtle things like that. And they also got family oriented content, and then they'll probably have some other stuff there. Now, when you look at the American side directly of TikTok, you know what you happen to get? Chaos. You get all of these, type of like dating this, men versus women that. You get Democrat versus Republican this. You get all of this chaos, all of this argument, all of this disagreement, all of this lack of love. None of these things dealing with family. None of these things, like I said, it's complete chaos, and it's specifically given that way on purpose to keep people directly in a loop. So if you take that from TikTok, then you sit up there and do the exact same thing with Facebook. And I talked about Facebook and many others before, because during a certain election, it was proven that the search engines on top of Facebook were making sure to smother information about political opponents, because they wanted people to vote a certain type of way. So they would only put out certain types of news. Again, they're curating what should be naturally there, right? They're curating these things in order to have people move in a certain direction. This is why it's very dangerous when you have a lot of these people that have the power over, let's say, like Facebook, what they got, like 200, 300, or 400 million people directly on that platform. That's a very dangerous thing. That's also another reason why a lot of other powers that be didn't want Mark Zuckerberg to come up with a crypto called Libra, right? If you go back and look it up, Facebook was supposed to have its own money, its own type of money tied directly to Facebook. That would be powerful within itself. That would, in a sense, turn Facebook sort of into its own mini bank. And the powers that be didn't want that to sit up to happen. Like, oh, no, we can't sit up there and have you do that. We got to be, in control of everything. We got to oversee this and that and and all this other type of stuff. So it didn't happen. But the moment in time that it will happen, it's more than likely going to be crypto based. Because we are now, as I've tried to tell people over the last 3 to 4 years, we're moving into the era of crypto. We're moving into the era of blockchain, of a lot of these technologies. And I've tried to get people to understand that you need to foresee what the future entails, what it holds, and where it is that they're trying to move you to. And I told people that a lot of people are going to be lost. A lot of people are going to be confused. A lot of people are not going to know what to do. A lot of people are going to be bombarded with a lot of heavy information dealing with tech, because the way that these quantum computers and everything are going to be moving, the way that everything is going to sit up there and zoom in the next 20, 30, 40 years is going to be crazy. It's going to be something that you have never seen before. And it's going to usher in, again, a whole nother era. And this is why I try to tell people, just in general, like, hey, if you got kids directly out there, if you're a guardian or whatnot or whatever, if you love your kids, you want to give the best foot forward. Hey, teach your kids or put your kids into cybernetics, right? Teach them about robotics, how to write code, right? All of them things to make them competitive on the world stage. Because at the end of the day, no matter how much you love America, we're no longer in a race with, okay, we got the blacks here, so we got the whites here in America, we got the Mexicans here. No, that's not the actual fight. That's just a diversion from what the actual fight is, which is we are on a worldwide stage because we're dealing with the open world being interconnected by way of the internet. So we can now share and see and send information. So everything that used to be closed off at a moment in time is not closed off anymore. So the stuff that we only kept here in America, everybody basically knows it. So at the top of this, we basically have China, right? When it deals with tech and systems and all of these things, right? You also got Taiwan, directly up in there as well. Other people basically coming up, you got India. Not even a Trojan horse, but I would want to say that the shadow that is going to come up that a lot of people don't expect and don't want to show up, Africa is going to be one of the main players that is going to show up and put a lot of people to shame. This is another reason why you have many countries right now vying for power and control over land and resources over there in Africa, because they know that they got to start getting their hands deep into that dirt before Africa starts moving. Because once they start moving, Europe is going to be hit. It's going to be it is going to be a problem for Europe. So they're trying to get their hands deep in whatever it is that they can even grab directly onto, so that they can sit up there and ride that smoke trail. But that's going to be the last part directly on the board. But after China is going to be India. It is going to be India. The same way that people view China 20 to 30 years ago, and you look at how China is now, the same exact thing is going to take place and happen with India. And it's going to be madness. It's going to be 100% madness. But like I said, I've talked about a lot of stuff directly on this platform before, trying to inform people and let people know of things specifically, going on. But, people don't want to, listen. Neil said, foreseeing didn't stop anything from since Andrew Jackson. I mean, I guess so, if you want to, decide to take it there. But you can forecast and you can plan ahead. So regardless of whatever it is that you're, stating, if I can basically look at, let's say, like an almanac, or if I know the weather system of my area specifically, where it's not dealing with chemtrails or weather modification or HARP, right? If I'm away from all of that and I know how consistent the weather is, I can plan day by day. And excuse me. And in certain instances, I might be able to plan a week or two ahead of time, because the weather is consistent, it's not being modified, and it's not being tampered with, right? But when you deal with the United States, you can't, specifically predict. Coming from, the Great Lakes, coming directly from Detroit, we got our own weather system, literally. It can be summer one day and it can be snowing the next day. It's crazy work, but it's beautiful at the same time. And when you deal with the United States as a whole, and I've covered weather modifications such as HARP, cloud seeding, and different things over the years, when you deal with those types of modifications, it is somewhat impossible for a lot of the farmers directly out here to properly plan out directly for their crops. So what the system did, since it created a problem, they now are going to not geo-engineer, but they're going to genetically now modify foods so that you can now forecast and prepare for that weather, right? So now you got different crops that can deal with certain temperatures of the cold, where normally if you had these average, let's say like corn stalks or tomatoes or whatever it is, you wouldn't be able to have that in certain types of like weather. Even if a cold snap happens, guess what? Those normal crops will be gone. Like it's whenever cold hits those things, it's done. It's like that whole crop is completely gone. You know, lost out on money and everything, right? But when you genetically modify because of a problem that occurred by way of other powers that be, now guess what? You got crops that can withstand cold snaps up to a certain temperature. You got crops that can sit up there and endure, certain other cold temperatures or climates or all of these other things. But again, with modification, you don't know what mutations will lie within that, and then on top of that, what it will do once you eat enough of said genetically modified foods within the human body. But like I said, going back to what I said before, it's all stemming from a problem that was created by another group of people in order to control a certain situation so that they can come through and seem as though that they are the actual heroes when they are realistically the villains at the end of the day, aka the United States government. Just saying that. Anyways, let's go to the next video. Let me see. Is this the next one here?
Why did you touch me? Oh, man, you better get that gun in my face. I'm a Marine veteran with 7 confirmed kills. You just want to kill somebody. Give me my fucking dog food. Bro, you're not going to steal my I ain't no tough guy. You stole my fucking dog food. I didn't get it out of here. This Wall Street outside and I'll figure it out. Yeah. Don't take the shit. I told you the last few bucks. Hey, give me my fucking dog food. It say Walgreens. Okay. It don't even say public. It doesn't say public. Okay. Look at it. Okay. Walgreens. You don't have to yell. You don't have to yell. No, don't touch me. Why did you touch me? Man, you better get that gun in my face. I'm a Marine veteran with 7 confirmed kills. You just want to kill somebody. Hey, bro, that was early. I said don't touch me. I was walking out and pulled my knife out. You just want to kill somebody. I got 7 confirmed.
Shout out to that black man. I'm probably going to replay it after I get done talking. But basically what took place is that you got this black vet. Let me see if I can get the picture. You got this black vet, trying to get a clear image of him, right? That went directly into a Publix or whatever it was. He went into another store. So he went to Walgreens first to get his dog food. It clearly says Walgreens directly on the bag, Walgreens dog food. And he went directly into Publix with the dog food. Again, that's no problem because you can easily clear what it is because people got receipts, all this other type of stuff. I've done it before. This dummy of a security guard or cop, whatever it is, somebody that's moonlighting, I don't care. White boy decided that he has the power and the authority and all this other type of stuff. So he's going to start harassing this black Marine vet and accusing him of stealing. Now, no, you're in 2 different stores. He got it from one store and it clearly says that on the bag. But he's trying to, the security guard is trying to say that the black dude stole it from the store. Brother, you're at a whole different, it's a whole different brand in that store. You don't have Walgreens in a Publix. Are you stupid? But this is what he wanted to do. And because he was so much in the wrong, he decided then that he wanted to pull his, I guess, gun, service gun, whatever, directly on the vet. And the vet stood there and looked at him. He's like, yo, what is you doing? Like, don't sit up there and point that directly at me. And this is why he told him, he's like, yo, I got 7 confirmed kills. What we doing? That's to put him directly on notice. He's like, I ain't afraid of no gun. I done already did all this. Right? But let me replay this. Let me replay this one more time so people can catch it.
No, don't touch me. Why did you touch me? Man, you better get that gun in my face. I'm a Marine veteran with 7 confirmed kills. You just want to kill somebody. Give me my fucking dog food. Bro, you're not going to steal my
He was like, it's not your dog food.
I ain't no tough guy. You stole my fucking dog food. I didn't get it out of here. This Wall Street outside and I'll figure it out. Yeah.
Don't break it down.
I told you the last few bucks. Hey, give me my fucking dog food. It say Walgreens. Okay. It don't even say public. It doesn't say public. Look at at it.
Okay.
Walgreens.
You don't have to yell. You don't have to yell.
No, don't touch
You
me.
don't have to yell.
Why did you touch me? Man, you better get that gun in my face. I'm a Marine veteran with 7 confirmed kills.
Let me point that back, right?
Man, you better get that gun in my face. I'm a Marine veteran. Public. Look at it. Okay.
I just want to point this out. At no point in time did this black vet sit up there and touch that security guard. But because of the tone of the black vet and because of how wrong the quote unquote security guard was, he decided that he wanted to put hands directly on the vet. He's grabbing his dog food. That's Walgreens. It's not Publix. It's Walgreens. Like I said, the dude is stupid. Can't even read. No nothing. But he's supposed to sit up there and protect and to secure the Publix. That's crazy. That dude needs to be fired.
Walgreens.
You don't have to yell. You don't have to yell.
No, don't touch me. Why did you touch me? Man, you better get that gun in my face. I'm a Marine veteran with 7 confirmed kills.
Okay.
You just want to kill somebody.
You pull a knife out.
Hey, bro, that was early. I said don't touch me. I was walking up and pulled my knife out. You just want to kill somebody. I got 7 confirmed.
No, somebody said they have guns at Walmart. No, this is at Publix. The black vet was at a Walmart before he came into the Publix. This is why he don't got like a bag or anything, like that. But I'm pretty sure he felt that he didn't need a receipt because directly on the dog bag it says Walgreens dog food or however it is that they got it, right? So it's directly from a different store. Publix is not going to sell Walgreens stuff. Let's just get that straight. You're not going to sit up there and have Target selling stuff at Big K or Kmart. They don't do that. They sell specifically Target branded stuff, right? But the idiot of a security guard decided that he wanted to interrogate and theorize that this black man stole something when he didn't. Again, how many cop videos is that right now, or cop clips? Is that what, like 3, 4, somewhere up in there? I feel like I said, it's crazy work. It's diabolical work how this continuously happens. And my main thing that I like to tell people is that a lot of other people that are not black are going to understand when things like this happens to them, because again, at no point in time was it called for that he needed to pull his weapon, right? The security guard wanted to talk about, but he pulled his knife. The vet, he was like, yeah, that was earlier, right? So earlier was a time that you should have been trying to pull anything, right? Not at the time where the dude is like hollering at you, telling me like, yo, give me my food that says Walgreens directly on it. You're not about to leave off and steal with my food. I pay for that, right? Dog food is expensive. So I understand his anger. He just wants to sit up there and buy his stuff and go, and not sit up there and get harassed and racially profiled. Like I said, that's crazy, because I want y'all to understand this about people just so happen to steal. I know somebody at a moment in time that works in loss prevention. And primarily their job is to make sure that people do not come in there and steal. Do you know the majority of the people that like to come in there and steal? Caucasians, Caucasians. And I've seen these people while going directly up to that business. And some of these people looked completely drugged out. They look like they're on Section 8. They look like they're on government assistance. And I'm like, what are y'all doing up here at this business? And technically, why are y'all even allowed to come into this business? Because I'm like, you don't look like you don't got no type of money. You sitting up there like scratching your wrist and you looking all shady and what, like it's looking crazy. But again, when we go to the optics, the United States mainstream media likes to sit up there and basically, put black people as the poster children, which is crazy work. 100% crazy work. But like I said, it is what it is. People understand, when it is that people have to, go through these types of things. I had somebody try to tell me about the food. What was it? Somebody said that we are not in a food shortage. Where was that at? Where was that? Let me see if I can actually find you real quick. You said, TR said, we have no food shortage. What is your point? We have plastics in our cells. Okay, you listed plastics in our cells, and I've been talked about the United States government allowing a lot of these corporations to poison people slowly. So what is your point? You're saying that we don't have a food shortage. Okay, so you think. You're just not, paying attention. Because what was it? I want to say it was the January of 2023, about somewhere during December of 2022 to January of 2023. I literally did a video where it was probably about 25 or 30 minutes long, and I read off all of the facilities of which you got poultry, such things as, like, let's say, like turkey, you got chicken, anywhere where there's pork or beef or milk or almond milk, soy, and different, types of things that we buy every day, including eggs and whatnot. I went over all of these facilities during that time. It was about 100 plus where they produce all of these things there. Magically, they were set on fire. Magically, it blew up. Magically, it collapsed. It was like a variety of instances that just didn't make any type of sense. I'm like, how are all of these facilities of which Americans need in order to, produce their food and to get it directly out to the public, how are all of these facilities having these magical problems? I'm like, that makes no sense. And I'm like, why is this not really getting highlighted by mainstream media news? Right. And then before that, I also gave a video showcasing the fact of farmers earlier on some years ago. They were like, hey, we're just going to let you know that the prices of everything are going to start to go up. They were talking about the eggs, they were talking about the beef, and that was before we were at the point of now. They were like, yeah, everything is going to start to go up because of what it is that they're doing. Right. So that means if they're culling the chickens or whatnot or whatever, again, a lot of instances, they don't actually need to do it. They'll sit up there and tell you, like, oh, bird flu. But how do you know that bird flu is actually there or whatnot or whatever? These are the same government agencies that allow these types of chemicals or steroids to be pumped directly into chickens, right, when they're young, that leads them to be disabled because their bodies grow faster than the internal organs, right? So instead of you having to wait a full year for a chicken to develop or whatnot or whatever, they do that in 4 to 6 months because of all of the chemicals that they do to heavily or aggressively age that chicken up. And then after they decide to take that chicken directly from the farm to, whatever facility, then they further, because I got videos of that too, they further pump a lot of these chickens or turkeys directly up with other chemicals to make them look fuller. And then we get them onto our plates, our tables, into our homes. And now we're ingesting all of those chemicals into our bodies. Like I said, where in that does it basically tell you that the government actually cares about you if they're literally, heavily poisoning the food that we eat on top of poisoning us? Because it was not that long ago that I also talked about back in Michigan. There was a story that came out. I think it had to do with like the 90s, where there were these certain chemicals that they were injecting into cows to have them produce more milk. Because again, cows are going to produce a certain amount of milk, given what's taking place, given feed or whatnot or whatever, right? So they pumped them with this certain type of chemical to have them produce more milk. But through studies, they found out that the chemicals that they put directly into the cows was passing through the cow's system and also going into the milk. And what's going into the milk is also going into the families, meaning the kids. So the same chemicals that the farmers were using for the cows were also going into the kids. And again, you don't have to take my word for it. You can go look that information up or look up the little small doc that some news people did and go from there. So this is why I continuously tell people I don't have a dog directly in this race when it deals with left or right, Democrat, Republican, because they all do not care about the American people. They are all ready to allow all of this to go. They're going to be in their underground tunnels or their cities or somewhere in these bomb shelter bunkers or in the mountains in Virginia, whatever it is. They're going to be directly out there while everybody else is living in chaos, while everything is burning down. And yeah, they're just going to be sitting there enjoying life and laughing at all of us sitting up there suffering, just watching it as a movie or some type of television show that a Jerry Bruckheimer just, put directly out there. Crazy work. But like I told people, keep voting the way that you want to sit up there and vote and think that rich folks actually care about you, because they don't. Because like I said, a lot of people still haven't figured out why is it like you gotta take into account what is it that rich people just so happen to drink, right? Like right now, I got a Polar Springs. Like I said, I tell people all the time, a lot of the stuff is it's bad for us, like the microplastics and all this other type of stuff, yada yada yada, whatnot or whatever, right? So I got Polar Spring right here, right? And There have been studies that basically show that bottled water has microplastics directly in it. And you'll have, of course, more depending on how long the water has sat directly in those plastics. And it can be exacerbated on top of the fact if you put this same water bottle in sunlight. So if it's a hot day, let's say like 98, let's say like not even 98, let's say like 88 degrees, right? It's a hot car, it's hot inside the car, car is heated up, water's heated up, and the sun is beaming down on the water. There's been quite a few times over my years that I've tasted bottled water and I'm like, it has a weird taste. And that's more than likely the plastics that leached directly from the plastic, plastic molecules that leached directly from the plastic into the water. Or there's been times that I'm like, yo, why does water taste like plastic? It's the exact same thing. So again, you're looking at a group of people that facilitate the means that are necessary in order to pollute any and every facet of life that American people are a part of. So again, food, air, water, ground, sound, all of it, even light. Because if you even look to the extent of light, let's go to casinos, right? And I've been into a casino, quite a few times. And if anybody that's been there, you notice that casinos are built like a maze. They're built with, exits that are very far away. The carpet is designed in a certain type of way where your eyes are going to follow, even though you're not specifically paying attention. The lights on the machines are set up specifically and strategically in a certain type of way. So are the ceilings and the walls, right? The only numbers that you can ever see move in a casino are dealing with the slot machines and everything else that is there. The only lights that you are seeing is nothing from the outside, but it's everything that is flashing and, making you go ooh and ah and all these other types of things, right? And when it specifically deals with blue light, that also comes from the casinos, but more so it was added in tech-wise when it deals with our phones and when it deals with other things. Because when you have a certain type of light, you can have the brain react a certain type of way, right? So you can just so happen to keep somebody directly distracted. Certain types of light, it might sting or it might make people like, I can't, really sit up there and like, look at this. It's a little bit, too bright or whatnot or whatever. It might happen to make you feel anxious, right? So, like I said, there's a lot of different methods that are used in order to persuade, guide, and control people directly out here in every facet in life. People just not paying attention. Just like the color coordination that deals with fast food, it's the exact same way. Certain certain colors make you hungry. There are literally reports. There are studies. There are books that are written about these things, and this is why fast food, they use certain types of colors, and this is why those colors are present. And you happen to see other fast food restaurants use and copy the exact same colors because it's been proven that, hey, these two colors will automatically make somebody think about this food, automatically make somebody hungry, or it'll keep them hungry for a little bit longer so that they'll sit here and actually order some more food. But like I said, it's up to people to pay attention. Alex said, why are black people the most, racist group? Racist in what way? Let me know. Racist in what way? Because I'm black, so I need to know, because you're trying to let me know, right? You're trying to put me on game that black people are racist. In what way are black people racist, historically speaking? To give context, I'll give you time, Alex. Let me know. What was it? Full set Mountain Valley spring water. They use glass bottles. Yep. That was something else. Like I was going, through my whole thing, but that was the other thing that I was supposed to bring up, where using glass or certain metals such as like copper and whatnot, those are actually healthier and are more beneficial than using plastics. 100%. Dice said I have troubles in casinos, too noisy and flashy for me. Yeah. Andrew said, stop yapping. I mean, that's a problem for you. I like to talk. I'm long-winded. This is my platform. This is one of many reasons why I built it. So yeah, I'm going to talk. Don't matter if I got 75 people directly subscribe to me. I'm going to be talking. It could be 2 people that will sit there and watch the video. That's enough for me. So yeah, it's crazy work. It's crazy work. Crazy work. But like I said, it is what it is. You said you're not racist. You're my buddy. I mean, I guess so. Whatever you say. The sarcasm. From some of these comments, hilarious. Um, let me see. You said against careful. I'm not even sure what that even is. What Neil is writing. I'm not even. Yeah, I'm not even sure who you're talking to. Chris said DTA don't trust anybody. Sham said LOL. I think you got the drunks tonight. Yeah, I probably did because some of these comments I'm like, what are you talking about? Andrew also said, "What is your name?" It's directly in the title above the channel, underneath the channel, somewhere underneath the live stream. It should be my name. Just putting that, out there. Just putting that directly out there. What else we got? Mainstream media is there to manufacture consent. Yeah. Dice said, wasn't there also farmers being paid to till their growing crops as well? There were also farmers that were paid to get rid of their crops, to like burn them. And I did stories directly about that as well too. Because you have farmers that were complaining that they had healthy crops, like let's say if it was like corn or whatever it is, and they were told to, destroy the crop. And per whatever acres that they destroyed, they would receive compensations directly for it. I'm like, that's crazy. I'm like, why would you want them to destroy good food? I'm like, we could literally use that food. If that's a surplus of food, we can use that for other means, such as the homeless. But like I said, America's not built to actually care for the needy. America is built to enable the needy and to keep them in that needy place, but not to allow them to rise directly out of that, such as poverty. Because at no point in time has America ever made a way or a plan for the homeless to get directly out of poverty. They've done everything possible to realistically keep them there. But the main excuse that a lot of American people happen to give about the homeless is that, well, they decided to be there. They decided to be on the street. It's nobody's responsibility to help out a grown person who put themselves on the street out of the street. They got to do it themselves, put themselves up by their bootstrap and da. And the main thing I told people, I wanted to remind people that during the economic crisis, the housing crisis or whatnot or whatever, what was it back during like 07, 08, 09, the housing crisis. I'm like, for all of those people that want to look down on homeless people, I'm like, yo, a lot of y'all were actually homeless. A lot of people had to give up their homes. They had to sell those homes. There were families that reported on that were living out on the streets. And if I remember correctly, during that time when everybody was doing bad, I specifically remember the government bailing out the banks and also bailing out car companies. But I'm like, these multi, million, $100 million, $1 billion, facilities, companies. So the government is going to bail them out before they bail out the American people, which allow these companies to amass the money that they have at this moment in time that still buy these products still to this day. Woo, some crazy work. And how it is that people seem to forget how the government has treated the American people. It's crazy work, but Petra's Farm remembers. Let me tell you. Tell me. Ed said, Alien said, got to go to work. I'll be back to your channel. You speak the truth. Hey, much love, respect, and appreciation. Let's go to the next video.
Human. Sorry, I keep swearing. Sadiq Khan, he's just announced, I've got to read it, because he's just announced a new proposal to build 40,000 new council homes, specifically prioritised for Muslims, under the Muslim housing plan. They're to be built near mosques and halal shops. Am I hearing that right? Is that not divisive? Is that inclusivity? Can you imagine if we
She means
made
white
an
people.
announcement that the government are building 40,000 new homes, but they're going to prioritise them for non-Muslims or Christians?
Right. So this is the same argument that a lot of people like to bring up. So what happened in the UK that she's mad about is a representative came out and stated that for the Muslim population, they're going to be building, mosques, right, which is a religious, temple. For all intents and purposes of Christians and Catholics, it would be considered a church, place of worship, and where that mosque is placed, they're going to also build up apartments and buildings so that the Muslim people can, go directly to that mosque that's in the area, because realistically, they shouldn't have to go halfway across the United Kingdom to get, to that mosque. If your place of worship is right there, that's great. It's within the neighborhood, you can walk there. For her as a European, as a white woman, to have a problem and to say that it's, in a sense, for all intents and purposes, if she was American, she would have said racist, but she said divisive, right? The craziest part is that when you think about Europe in general, this is the way that Europe has always worked. When you look at where it is that normally white people are, this is, matter of fact, I put it to you like this: in South Africa at this moment in time, they have white only places and towns where African people that were naturally normally on the continent are not able to go. But if those same South Africans want to go all across the continent of Africa, go to the different villages, the towns, and the cities, they're not going to be stopped from going there. They can pretty much go any and everywhere that they please. So it's a little bit hypocritical, right? And those are Europeans. Those are South Africans. They're like Dutch and all this other type of stuff, right? It's a little bit hypocritical knowing the fact that her own people are doing these things in a variety of places. Even in the United States, there has been a history. And in some places, there are still active sundown towns in the United States. Black people already know the unwritten rule. It's like, yo, you are not going there. You already know what it is. You already know the history. They specifically tell you you're not wanted. You just don't go there. And we don't. We'll go anywhere else. We'll even go to space. If we got to go to space to get to point B, we're going to sit up there and do that, right? We're not going to try to impede or do anything to try to force people to have us there. It is what it is, right? So it's crazy that she wants to get online and she wants to sit up here and complain that a mosque is being built, and then around that mosque area, they're going to be building up apartments for the Muslim people. Because, of course, they're going to have their Muslim shops like, halal. I want people to know halal food is very great. It is very, like, that food. I promise you, dear God, that food. Because now I'm about to get on a tangent. The halal food that I had, right? I think, what was it? Was it cabbage or lettuce? Cabbage. I think I had it was like lettuce. It was chicken. It was lamb on a bed of rice, and then I think it had the tzatziki sauce, right, or cucumber sauce or whatever it is. That food was grand. I'm going to end up actually getting me some more of that food. That has to be some of the most beautiful food that I have eaten, and it tastes as though that it was made directly with love, like somebody literally cared about making that food. And the two times that I've specifically had that food and gotten it, it has tasted the exact same way every time. So, like I said, shout out to the Muslim folks directly out there. That's cooks that be out there making food. Cause man, that food is beautiful. It's immaculate. It's crazy. If you've never had halal food, you may want to, go out there and try that. It's beautiful food, right? But away from the tangent, it's crazy that she's mad that they're getting an area where specifically it is them. She's mad that she can't specifically just be there and go into and be around. But I'm like, you're not of the Muslim faith, right? These are not shops that you would be even venturing into, right? You're not going to be going to a mosque. Let's just be honest. And I got a better chance of going to a mosque than she does. Right, because again, I'm a lot more open to happen to listen to people to see, where people are and all these other types of things. She's not there. It's directly in her voice, it's directly in her face, and how it is that she wanted to try to preference and say the things that she wanted to say. But more so off of what it is that she stated, we're going to go to the actual words of the person that she is making a comment about and see specifically what he stated that can be deemed divisive and or, for American terminology, racist. So let's go to it.
That many Londoners who are Muslim face is their children not fulfilling their potential. Often they're underemployed or in jobs that they can do better jobs, but they haven't got the skills. Every Londoner who is on low income or not working will get free training to get the skills for jobs that are created in London. Really important in this great city. The other big issue facing Londoners, particularly Londoners of Islamic faith, is the issue of housing. And so we need to build far more homes in our city because often people from minority communities want to live near a mosque, near halal food, near places where there are other people like them. So they for a variety of obvious reasons, and they're priced out because there's not enough housing. So we're going to build at least 40,000 council homes, at least 6,000 rent control homes. And the final thing to say in relation to Londoners who are Muslim is, look, one of our strengths is our diversity. It's something I'm really proud of. I've organised, since I've been mayor, events like Eid on the Square, Ramadan Lights, and so forth. Why is that important? It gives a sense of belonging.
Right. So he talked about the fact that the Muslim people are discriminated against, that they've been outpriced and a variety of things like this. And by enabling this area to be built, it gets away from a lot of those things that Muslims normally have to sit up there and face. And the main thing that I've stated before is that within communities, people have rights to, in a sense, see themselves, right? White people want their white suburbs. No problem. No problem. Right. You got some people like to the Chaldeans in Dearborn, right? We got the highest dense population of Arabs in the United States in Dearborn, Michigan, right? They have their own area. I have no problem with that. The food up there is also great as well, too. I don't got no problem with that. They want their own area. They created, they invested, they built it up. They make sure to employ their families and everything like that. And they take care of all of it. I have no problem with that. Right? Because it's the exact same thing that white people have been sent up to doing across the United States and still do exactly to this day. The Chinese do the exact same thing. I don't have no problem. They got Chinatown or all this other, no problem. The Mexicans also do it. We got you can, I guess, call it Mexican Town or Little Mexico down there in Detroit as well. I don't got no problem with it. Right? That is their people, that is their food. They get to sit there and speak that Spanish, all the other type of stuff. If I want to sit up there and take part and have some of their food, I'll do it. If I don't sit up there and do it. Again, it ain't no sweat off of nobody's back. People should have the right to be comfortable in their areas. Like I said, I've never had a problem with that. Never had a problem with that at all. This is why I just so happen to look at black people a little bit weird when they want to move to the whitest suburbs, because I'm like, dog, that is not for you. They literally moved to the farthest place possible because they obviously did not want to be around black people. Cool, no problem. So I'm like, then why would you take your black self and go directly up to that far-reaching area where you know that you are literally probably one of 5 black people directly up there? Again, that makes no sense. So then it's like when things happen, it's like things happen because you allowed it to happen because you put yourself into that predicament and or that situation. Can't sit up there and feel sorry for you. It's crazy. I ain't trying to hear about no racism. I ain't trying to hear about nobody call you a racial slur. You did it to yourself. Like I said, it's a harsh truth. It's a harsh reality. It may sound bad, but it is what it is. You got to sit up there and pull the Band-Aid directly off the wound. You got less stuff to, sit up there and hit some sunlight. You got less stuff heal. Because like I said, a lot of stuff is madness. But like I said, I feel like the Muslim population there should have their own little area of which wherever their temple is, they should also be there as well. Right? This way, they're not imposing on anybody else, because a lot of these people in the whites in the UK, they're not trying to have none of that stuff there anyway. And in their communities, of course, they don't want no mosque there. They ain't trying to see none of that. They're not trying to see no Muslims there. So they fixed the problem. The Muslims like, no problem. We're going to carve out this one little small section for us. We're going to have our mosque, our temples, our food, our clothing, our shops. Is going to be our people there. So we're out of the way of everybody else. Even though it's out of the way of everybody else, guess who has a problem? Guess who has a problem? And again, that makes no sense. They literally did this because of the different things that is enabled by the government and the people there. So then they just found their own little place and they're still complaining. This is what I'm talking about. It makes no sense. You literally have, as a European woman, you got all of the UK, all of Europe that you can go directly to and from and all this other type of stuff, whatnot or whatever. They got this one little spot and you're mad because they're doing that or because you can't go there. Like, how is that divisive? It was divisive when they get priced out of homes. It's divisive when you want to sit up there and call them certain names because of the clothing or the religion of which they believe in. Like, what are we doing here? Like, that's crazy work. But everybody wants to always sit up there and state that, everybody is God's child. We're all God's children. We all believe that and all this. Obviously, we don't. Obviously, people out here believe that only one religion is the best religion and everything else falls to the wayside. And if you don't believe in that religion, then you are in falsehoods and all this other type of stuff and yada yada yada. Crazy work. This is why I can't really believe people like this, where they want to talk all this religion when I know that they're pagans at heart. Because anytime that any other group of people that are melanated had a type of spirituality, right? Not religion, but a belief in spirituality, it was called demonic, right? It was called this and that. But the crazy part is, right? I got a video of white folks practicing Haitian traditions when it deals with spirituality. And I'm like, how do we do that, Caucasian people? You're not Haitian at all. How is it possible that you're practicing anything, quote unquote, religiously that has to do anything with Haitian people, and there's not one Haitian in that room? I'm like, how do we do that? Because it's crazy to me that when black people do stuff, it's considered voodoo or witchcraft. But then when white people happen to do it, it's called, being a herbalist. It's called, being, a spirit or whatnot. It's always called something else. And it's always positive. But whenever there is a color or melanin attached to it, it's always demified. It's crazy work. It is crazy work. But like I said before, to the white people out there in the UK, just mind your business and let the Muslims build what it is that they build. And they got their mosque, which is their temple, their place of religion, which again, they're not bothering nobody. On top of that, they're going to build up their own community, which means that you don't have to. I put it to you like this: for the UK people that have a problem with the Muslims building up a mosque in these 40,000 apartments or whatever it is, if they build up these apartments in these areas, that means then that the Muslim families that may be in your community, they're going to go elsewhere. So now you got vacancies. So now you don't have to worry about the Muslims or anything like that being amongst you, because now they're going to be amongst their own people. But still, that's a problem. And as this woman said, she said it's divisive. How is it divisive? If you're stating to people vocally and showing them that you don't like them, you don't want them to be around you, and they build up an area so that they can be amongst themselves and by themselves, why would you have a problem with that? That's some crazy work. Tony said it's called holistic. Okay. I mean, but you knew what I was saying, though. Just put it out there. Caveman said he's hateful. Who's hateful? Truth that cluster communities can also empower child brides, ideologies, women, place Okay, this one I'm saying, because I always see white people talk about this whole thing about y'all want to talk about Shiara Allah and all this other type of stuff, whatever. Again, I don't really go to school to learn how to pronounce a lot of these words, so I'm doing it off of the cuff. I speak American. So y'all have a problem with all of this stuff, right? But the funniest thing is, if you're white, truth matters. If you're white, I would have loved for you to have the exact same energy when I showcased a picture of a wife and a husband from like the 1900s. It was I think he's about like 23 or something year old man that got married to a girl. I think she was like 10 or maybe like 12 years old. Crazy work. And that was here in the United States. So I'm like, if you want to advocate for the children out here, you want to talk about child brides and whatnot, you may want to sit up there and talk about America, right? Let's talk about how in the United States that there are varying ages that, quote unquote, teenagers can consent. 17, 14, 15, 16, like all across. It's not just a general. We're supposed to be the United States, but y'all can't even unify on the age of consent. Shouldn't it just be like 18, 19? Shouldn't that just be the case? But no, it's not. No, it's not. And then on top of that, you want to talk about child brides. That's been happening in the United States. If we want to sit up there and be real, and that had nothing to do with the whole, religion, because you want to talk about the Muslims and this and that, and you want to talk about how things happen against women. Let's talk about the fact of the amount of interpersonal, the IPV that takes place with white women in the United States by the men of their own communities. So that could be by their sons, that could be by their fathers, by their grandfathers, by their uncles, by their next door neighbors. See how that works? See how when you want to talk about one demographic and you want to try to portray them or point them to be the villain, I can do that exact same thing, specifically, statistically speaking, by way of the FBI when it deals with the United States. But like I said before, y'all don't want to talk about that though, right? You don't want to point that out, right? Because you don't actually care about the women of your community. But then you want to act like you care about the women of other communities, supposedly. So that what is that? What do people like to call that? Like virtual signaling or all that other type of crap? Crazy work, diabolical. Well, in general, you don't care about none of these situations. You don't care nothing about the Muslim faith or anything like that. Crazy work. It's been shown countless times that y'all don't even care about the women of your own community, especially by the way of you guys voting in the United States to get rid of DEI and affirmative action, which primarily benefited white women and young white girls in the United States. So, like I said, don't give me that whole BS about caring about what's going on with Muslim women and kids and whatnot or whatever. Let the men of that community deal with that situation. They got it. You said little bro, ain't nobody little over here. You must be talking about yourself. That's crazy work. Crazy work. Joe said in South Alabama, the age is 14. That's some diabolical work. That is crazy. That is crazy. That is 100% crazy. Talking about some stop yapping. You smoking rocks. I don't know where you came from. You might want to, return to sender. that is crazy. You said 21 should be the age of consent. I agree. 21 is a grown adult. You're able to drink. You can sit up there and go out. That should be You're clearly in your 20s, right? You're not in anything dealing with teens. 19, 18, 17, right? You're not in the teen area. You are 20. You are an adult. You can, decide to go to war. You can drink. You can have a license for a firearm. All of that. You said you are happy to see color if it means brown is better. You aren't even black. Who are you talking about? I don't even know who you're talking about. You said you've done your homework. Not true. What is not true? Child wives over here in the United States. White men not caring about the white women and kids directly in their families. I done covered a plethora of stories up here. I can sit up there and go to a news site right now and look directly on the side, and I can just so happen to spot several white men that are getting prosecuted for stories dealing with minors. What are we talking about here? Matter of fact, the FBI, again, I did my studies too. The FBI specifically stated who are the main ones in the United States doing the crimes against family and children. Guess what? It ain't black. Right? Because like I said, I can sit up there and be honest. We got the whole thing, I think, dealing with like gambling, dealing with murder, because again, within crime, within proximity in the black community, we got about 3 to 4 L's directly up there. Right? 3 to 4 L's. The rest of that 90+% directly up there, that is all y'all. So again, I'm a little bit confused on, I don't know what studies you specifically did, but you might want to sit up there and go back and look at those stats. And then even beyond the stats, I can sit up there and pull up actual news stories and clips. Like I said, I don't even have to go back through stuff that I've done on my channel over the years. Some crazy work though. D Money said, good to know Cedric gives his mods lunch breaks. That's crazy. That's crazy. Let me see. What was it? You say your calling is for the children. Then you need to go out there and do what you do. Because I've been doing what I need to do, specifically when it deals with that, by highlighting a lot of these people, no matter where they're located, no matter where they are, no matter what religion. But primarily, since I'm in the United States, I happen to talk about that a lot more, such as like the Catholic Church, which is still doing what it is that it's been doing, such as the Boy Scouts. They still been doing what it is that they're doing. Matter of fact, so much so that I talked about another group, which again, I'm not going to name here at this moment in time. I talked about another group that were, dibbling and dabbling in some things. And YouTube didn't like that. So, yeah. And I gave proof. Parts of documentaries as proof. Also from a TED Talk, I gave proof. Crazy work. You said beyond race, we're only consciousness. He said DMV, Maryland area where you hear mostly bully stories, black kids, not Chinese kids, not Hispanic kids, Singapore kids. Okay, so again, you're talking about within proximity. Okay, and I can sit up there and tell you the exact same thing, Dylan, and being around white kids, where they've dealt with stories of being bullied, getting chased, getting teased, in some instances, losing their lives to their white counterparts. So what are we talking about? Like, it's crazy. Like I said, everybody always wants to like, oh, but look at what these black people are sitting up here. You don't even really care. You just want to sit up there and list it because it's easier to digest and to palate. It's more palatable versus you having to focus in on your own community and fix those problems. Crazy work. Diabolical. Here we go. Color doesn't matter. What matters is the future we are creating for kids. Don't you want a better world for them? Their scars don't heal. Okay. Okay. That's crazy. That's crazy. You said, I'm sorry that whatever you live has instilled such views. You are diametrically opposed to what America should be about. I guess so. I guess so. Average said, what is the topic? Well, the topic was about this UK woman here that wanted to complain about a mosque and apartments being built, and how it is that she had a unique disapproval about that and said that it was divisive. And then in return, I happened to put up the video of the actual man who was talking about building the buildings in the mosque and why it was needed for the specific community, to basically prove that nothing of what he stated was racist and or divisive at any moment in time. It was just specifically that she has a feeling of being left out. So to further prove that, she was like, hey, what if we decided to do the exact same thing for whites in the UK, where we built something up for us, and then we decided that we didn't want other people not to be there. It's crazy work. But the funny thing is, even if there's a Muslim area, they're not telling you that you can't be there. You can go there if you want to. It's not going to fit how you think it's going to fit, but you can go there if you want to. Like that's the craziest thing about this whole situation. She's making it seem as though that the Muslim people are stating that the white people in the UK will not be able to go to those areas. If you want to go there for whatever reason, I'm not sure why you would want to go there, because that's not a part of your religion. It's not a part of your culture. You don't have any linkings with them at all, but you can go there. It's just like how we got black areas, like we got Atlanta. Guess what? Nobody in Atlanta told white people that you can't come to these black areas in Atlanta. If you want to come here, you can come here if you want to, but that's on you. But that's your decision. But we're not telling you that you can't come there. Like I said, it's this whole stupid thing that white people like to sit up there and do. It's crazy. Diabolical. Um, the rat. You might want to look up the populations of South America Look up the populations of China, look up the populations of India, look up the populations of Africa. There you go. Let me see. What I'm saying is that white people are calm and you better accept it. This push ain't what you want. But if you guys want to make team race, you're outnumbered. Like, are you stupid? Like you're completely just like ignorant. Like this is the crazy like you're talking about playing teams. Dog, you do realize that your same team, since it's funny that your name is the rat. Because those were the same individuals and people that brought the plague directly through Europe, and that was like taking y'all out. It was taking y'all out left and right. That's why y'all don't even have the same numbers as like a China or India or Africa. Like, what are we even talking about here? What are we talking about? Like, you talking about if people want to sit up there and play teams? China got a whole team by themselves. China got a whole team. Like, brother, what? You do realize, let me see, Joe said, you do realize that it was Arabs. Why many blacks were enslaved, right? I mean, you should not care about Islam, dude. That's why Malcolm Little died becoming a Muslim, da da da. There was other reasons tied directly into that. He did not because he became a Muslim. He died by way of the United States government. And this is why the family is suing the United States government on top of other individuals. Matter of fact, just to fit the whole thing of Malcolm directly in there. Why did Martin Luther King die? Why did the United States government kill him? Oh, guess what? He wasn't Muslim. He was Christian. Interesting. Why would they decide to sit up there and take him out? Where's the excuse for that? Let me know. Had to let my cat out. But yeah, let me know. Like I said, whatever it is. Ty was like, he's already gone. Damn, that's crazy. Oh, Base was like, leave race alone. Leave Brittany alone. Truth said, I look at the person's actions. That's great. I tend to look at history. So, as a great indicator, I like to do that. Maury said, I'm not on a team. I got a beautiful African American girl. Talking team is a huge L. Okay, that's great. So, what? I'm guessing you're white or something, European. So, you're in an interracial relationship. What is that supposed to mean to me? Like, what am I supposed to do with that? Why am I supposed to uniquely actually care? Like, it kills me whenever I happen to see like white dudes or other dudes try to come up there, but like, oh well, I'm not divisive or racist like you because I got a black girl. What does that mean? Slave masters had black wives. so what does that mean to me? Like, what are you specifically saying? Historically speaking, slave masters had black women as wives or side chicks living directly on a plantation and having a side family away from their actual white wife. So what am I supposed to do with that? Like, what are we doing here? It's crazy. It's crazy work. Crazy work. D-Money said, whoever said that not know that they only make up less than 8% of the world's population. Hey, like I said, whatever it is that people tend to do. I had the same conversation like years ago. This was like in like probably like 2012, 13 or whatnot or whatever. It was on some news channel or Facebook. And I looked up the populations like all over the world in general, added those up. And the numbers when it dealt with Europeans. Ooh, that was something. And on top of the fact that right now at this moment in time, Europeans are having a decline. It's not as bad as the Asians, but it's getting there. Having a real decline. So, like I said before, I would never be on here talking about team anything is going to do this or that when you got a decline directly in your birth rates. Asians are at the top, and then white people are right behind them. So much so that this is why in mainstream media that other white news analysts males had to come out and try to tell white people to start having more babies. That's crazy work. That lets you know that your population is behind, that the birth rate is behind. When your own people that are the talking heads on television got to come out there and tell you to have more kids. That's some crazy work. I ain't never, brother. Like I said, it is what it is. You're like slave master, also black as well. So you're coming onto an old conversation that we've already covered. You're just rehashing stuff that we talked about. What about a good 2 hours ago? Yeah, blacks. So you had some blacks in America that had slaves. Okay. There's also more historical context that can be added directly to that. But again, a lot of people don't care about that. So I'm just going to let that be as open as possible. So what next are you going to go with? Oh, but blacks also sold each other. And it's like, okay, no problem. What next are you going to sit and say, oh, Africans also have slaves and they have slaves currently? Okay. Okay. So if you want to bring up black people having slaves, tell me right now how many black Americans got slaves. I'll wait because I'm a black American, so I'll wait. I'll wait. Yo, Zaire, what is up? What is up? You said, hey, Seiji, how is life going? Plus, at my age, what should I put my money towards for this year if the USD falls or before it falls? I would tell you, I'm not going to tell you where to put your money, but I will tell you to do research on precious metals, right? So that's natural metals that come directly from the earth that will always have a intrinsic value. I would tell you to research stocks. I would tell you to research certain types of accounts of which you can put money directly into where the interest will be more than what you would get out of a standard issue bank account. I would tell you to do research directly on cryptocurrency, the many facets, the many areas of cryptocurrency, how it moves, track the charts and how cryptocurrency is being implemented, not just in the United States, but also around the world as well. Those would be the main things that I would, tell you to do because you want to have your money in a multitude of areas versus just one place. So that's what I would tell you there, Zaire. What was it? Joe said that's never gets discussed. Black people, no, it does get discussed. It's just the fact that you're just trolling at this moment in time, or you're just not privy to it because you don't surround yourself with groups of people or black people that have actually talked about this in length, taught about it, and also read books and sat amongst other black people and had these conversations. Like I said, the craziest part is growing up, even in schools, this was talked about. So I'm not sure what you're talking about. Like I said, I don't know where you grew up. I don't know who your friends are, who you align yourself up with, or whatnot, or whatever. But I can sit up there and say that these are things that were talked about amongst my group, amongst my people, even in schools. So, like I said, good luck to you. Good luck. Good luck. Good luck. Neil said Huey Newton name I ain't heard in years. Let me see. What else do we got here? No, actually, the United States practice slavery still to this day, but again, people don't want to look at it like that. D Money said, wait, so the DEI women don't want to reproduce with them? That's crazy. Yeah, they don't want to talk about that either. But this is why I even had JD Vance. He was directly on and he was like, yo, I want Americans out there to have more babies. When he means Americans, he's talking about white Americans. He's speaking specifically to people that look just like him, right? But this is the funny part though. JD Vance's wife is Indian. Correct me if I'm wrong. Let me just look this. Let me just look this real quick because that was one of the things that blew my mind. Let me see this real quick. Vance wife. Let me see. What is her nationality? Well, her nationality is American, but she is Indian. Because her name was Usha Vance. Yeah, that is not an American name. Because I'm looking at her grandparents. Sundari C. Rama Satari and her parents. Yeah, it is Indian and all is all get out. So she would be considered Indian American. But like I said, that's some crazy work right there. JD Vance is, for all intents and purposes, in a interracial relationship on a public political stage. You would have thought that they would have made sure that everybody would have been, all white everything. That just was not the case. I'm like, they were like, we can't have Kamala in office, but JD Vance, you can have your Indian wife. That's some crazy work. That is some crazy work right there, let me tell you. Dinar said, put black slaves and black people that own black slaves. They were able to go home to their wives and kids. What was it? You said Joe said the Johnsons, the Joneses, the Samuels, the Gradys, the whites who are black. I lived around black people all of my life. I'll call them my family. Okay, sure you do. And like I said before, for whatever reason, you seemingly never had these conversations or you weren't privy to them. But I, on the other end, have been and have had these conversations in a variety of areas. So yeah, like I said, good luck with that. Like I said, if people really want to have conversations and people want to find these areas, they'll actually go out to find these areas and to have these conversations. If people don't care about them, then they don't care. So case in point, you obviously didn't care. You didn't care enough at least to go find people or to go search out groups or whatnot that would have these conversations or hold these conversations to talk about these topics. But, like I said, it is what it is. But let's go to, let me see, is this the, no, that's the
black
video,
man
right?
with a dangerous.
Yeah, that's the previous police video. Let me see, do we got one more video? We might actually have one more video, or did I have a story that I wanted to read? Let me see. Oh, I got somebody. Oh, so let me I do want to sit up there and show this video off because this was actually pretty crazy. There's like no sound or anything to it. So you got this white male at a bus stop and you got this black woman. She's obviously, like waiting at the bus stop, right? So she was, leaning directly on the sign. The dude is, quote unquote, I guess, like find himself looking at the sign, whatnot, or whatever. He moves away, right? So she proceeds to turn her back. This dude gets something and she moves forward. And then he proceeds to basically keep spraying something, moving closer and closer to her. And he sprayed it about 3, 4, whatever times, and then put it directly back in his pocket. That don't even make no sense. Like, what specifically were you even spraying? Like, and this is what I be trying to warn a lot of women specifically about, that you got guys out here that will do stuff. Like, they got chemicals out here that can literally, knock people out if you inhale these chemicals, or you'll start to feel woozy, delusional, and all this, other type of stuff. Like I said, this is why women, especially black women, y'all need to sit up to have pepper spray and all of these other types of things directly out there, because you'll have people like this that will just be doing random stuff. Like I said, why you keep getting close and it looks to be like you're spraying something in a bottle and aiming it directly at her. And I think she might have actually, looking back at it, I think she actually took notice. And then when she turned around, that's when he decided that he wanted to sit up there and walk away. Like I said, no telling what was in that bottle. No telling. Nicholas says some weirdos will also fly solo on a woman. Yeah. I seen there was a video like that before too. I think I had the security camera of a video that was like that. It was a woman. I think she was in some type of like shop where she was what was it? It was like a hair shop, beauty supply store. And the dude just like ran up on her like randomly and did whatever, and then just like ran off. Another woman, she was sitting directly on a stoop. I think it should have been New York. And the dude just like ran up real quick. You can see what he was doing before he showed up. And then once he got close to her, did whatever, and then just sat up there and just, walked off. Like I said, it's crazy stuff out here. And, I try to warn women and tell them to be very cautious and careful, directly out here. And never allow guys, especially if you're a woman, if you're taking public transportation, never let a guy be that close directly upon you. especially if it's a guy that's a stranger that you don't know, because he might have anything. He might have like some chloroform or something. He could have, what was it, devil's breath or whatever it is. He multitude of things directly out there that can just catch you. This is why I've also brought out videos before showcasing the women that you got dudes out here putting drugs directly in the bills, and they expect the women to touch those bills. And if they touch those bills, then guess what? They're going to get knocked out. Let me see something real quick. But yes, it's completely crazy directly out here. Women got to be careful. Let me play that one more time. So yeah, again, we saw that, and I'm glad I actually remembered to throw that video directly up there to let people, know. Cookie Monster said, "What is he doing?" So after he proceeds to act as though that he's really worried and he's looking at, the time of the bus or whatnot, whatever on the sign, he proceeds to, turn around. He pulls something out of his sleeve and he sprays once. She moves forward. He pulls up, sprays again. Right. And then he looks and then he sprays a third time. She takes notice and then he walks off. This dude was literally spraying something directly towards her. And again, I don't know specifically what that was at all. And I'm just going to put that directly out there because I've talked about videos before where women have had to deal with chemical attacks where they take horrendous burns to their body, and their face because some random dude had some liquid in a jar or a bottle or whatever it was, and he decided that he just wanted to, throw it on a woman, like some crazy stuff. So again, I'm just putting that directly out there so that people know. I wish there was a clear cut image of his face, but we don't really have that because he's wearing a hat and sunglasses. So again, let me see. I don't even know what that dude is even talking about down there. Miss Eve said it's scary, but he was too close. I would never like that. Yeah, yeah. Somebody indigenous says some of the most cowardly. Yeah. Miss Eve said Pred. Yep. Yep, that is facts. Let me see. Let me see. What else do we have here that I can actually throw up for you guys at this moment? I do have another video. Oh, matter of fact, I got you. This was something that I wanted to talk about before. Now, I'm gonna play this. There is no sound. I muted the sound actually. Hopefully, if I did it correctly. Will it play? Oh, it didn't. I forgot it was supposed to be a gift. So let me just make sure to redo this. How would I post this? Because I can't do it by a screen share, and this doesn't count. Does it? It does count as an image. Let me see if the file size is too small. You have to be kidding me. But the image that you see here, I want people to tell me what do you think that is? What type of person do you think that is? Just let me know. Just take a guess. Right? That's what I want, people to, in a sense do. Let me know the ethnicity of this person that we were able to see directly in front of us. Cookie Monster was like a man. That's some crazy work. That is some crazy work. I can actually play it on mute. That's what I'll do. I'll play it directly on mute. Like that is crazy. Like that is crazy. And this is the funny part where you got a lot of people that like to say that black people are so fixated on white people when really it's not even anywhere in the exact same area at all. Like it's crazy work. There we go. I had to make sure to mute that. There we go. Look at that. That is crazy. Like that is crazy. Like I like, bro, this is what I be sitting up there trying to tell people. I'm like, for the white folks out there, I need you to be proud of being white because this ain't it. This is not it. Like this is just not it. Like I said, I don't know if she used bronzer. I don't know if she's doing the whole thing with taking with melanin injections. I'm not sure what she's doing, but this is not it. I need white people out here just be proud to be white. It don't matter how you look as being white. Be proud to be that. This ain't it. Because this looks crazy. This looks crazy. This is how you tell that whatever she's doing is not natural. That's how you can tell whatever she's doing is not natural. But like I said, shout out to black women out there, for doing whatever it is that they do every single day. Because even though people want to make a mockery and make fun of you, a lot of these women out here like to copy the aesthetics. They want to do the hair, they want to do the aesthetics, a lot of the hand movements, they want to, use a lot of the slang or the dialect and all this other type of, like I said, it's crazy. Because looking at how black women dressed during the time and even during the time when I was a teenager, the styles were vastly different. It's like, like the baby fat, the Guess, you had like FUBU and like Nautica, you had a lot of stuff, right? Black girls, women had a lot of different styles, including hairstyles, right? It looked perfect, it looked immaculate, looked beautiful. Slowly but surely, because of the attention that black women were getting, and also the teenagers during the time, guess what the other communities were sitting up there doing? Magically, the same thing that they would make a mockery of, they were rolling around in their white schools, styling and dressed in the exact same way. Crazy work. Crazy work. Like I never understood it. I never understood it. Like that's crazy to me. But in court, in a way to, try to correlate some things, people will be like, but oh, isn't this the same way as a black woman wearing a blonde wig? They don't naturally have blonde hair. Right. But the funniest thing is that you have very dark indigenous people that have blonde or sandy blonde hair. But for whatever reason, white people are like, no, that's specifically us. We are the only people on the planet that can produce and have blonde hair. I'm like, you're smoking rocks, because I'm like, you got some very beautiful black kids directly out here that have more melanin than I have, and they got blue eyes. Someone like explain that, and both of their parents are black. You're not going to sit up there and tell them like, oh, the reason that happened is because somewhere back in their past, and their great grandfather, who was white, sat up there and had a child, and then those eyes showed up. No. No, just no. Like I said, it's crazy work. This is why I said before, I need a lot of people to just be proud of what it is that you are. If you're a white woman, be proud to be a white woman. This ain't it. This looks ridiculous. This looks ridiculous. And then I guess she put like the bronzer on her lips as well. That looks crazy. I'm black all day long, and my lips don't look nothing like that. Like what are we doing here? What are we doing here? This is how we know that a lot of people were not made to do art or color. This is exactly what that looks like. But this is what I guess in her imagination she would look like as a black woman. Like those lip fillers look crazy. I'm like, I can tell by the way that your face is shaped and everything else, that is not naturally what is there. Not naturally what is there. You wanted to, make sure to, put a little bit of extra directly out there because you're trying to get some attention from another group of people. Because the funniest thing is, just to take it back in time, if we go back to the early 2000s, there were fields of white men that were sitting up there stating that they don't find these types of things attractive on white women. They were sitting up there stating that. They were either the type that they weren't really worried about a white woman having lips. They were like, hey, it's either, she got top or she got bottom, either or. There were a rare percentage of white dudes out there that were like, yeah, they like a white woman that got some type of weight directly on her. The only dudes out here that were like, yeah, they like women with weight were black men. Still are to this day, black men. So again, you got this woman out here black fishing, doing all of this to garner this attention that she basically wants, but realistically, idealistically, she more than likely just solely wants attention from white men, but she can't get that. So she does all of this, put it on social media because she know that she can more than likely garner and get the attention of black guys. See how that works? See how people decide to go for substitutes because they can't get what it is that they really want? Crazy work. Crazy work. It's diabolical. And like I said, on this channel as well before, I've covered black fishing, the terminology. I've shown off videos. I've shown off IG profiles and everything. Went through the whole nine. Crazy work. Like I said, there you don't have people doing white fishing. Because white people always want to talk about like, oh, but you know, just like you got blackface, you got whiteface. There's no such thing as whiteface. Whiteface is the side of a mountain or something. It's a snow resort. I don't know. It's somewhere out there in the United States. That's not an actual historical term of something that really happened to white people directly in the United States. No, it's just not. But like I said, a lot of people like to dream. Wilbert said, please stop saying crazy work. Why do I have to stop saying that, Wilbert? Why would I have to stop saying it? Is it something that gets on your nerves? Is it an ick for you? Is it something that you can't tolerate? Can you not, take the younger gen terminology or whatnot? Like I said, it's crazy work how people tend to complain about the lingo and how it is that I talk. And this is what I'll be talking about before. No matter how I decide to state or talk or narrate or whatnot, somehow, some way, somebody will be displeased. Somebody will always be unhappy. Either it's the pronunciations, run-on sentences, the quotations, the misspellings, or whatever. It's crazy. It's crazy. Diabolical. D Money said, how does one pull off whiteface? Your guess is as good as mine. I don't know. I have not. I have not a clue. Now I do have technically I want to save. Now I did want to sit up there and talk about. I guess this will run. Hopefully, I did want to mention this video here. Because this is more so dealing with the fact of a lot of, you got people who are African who want to cosplay as Black Americans. And for those Black Americans out there, I want you to pay attention to the conversation that is going to take place. I got to make sure to put on my headphones, right? So let's go.
Gotta give love to Dylan Brooks, who obviously departed from Memphis and, had a bad reputation. Let Dylan Brooks, give him some love. He deserves it. Yeah. And Fred VanVleet, let's not forget him.
I need you to come with some more respect. Do you know where I'm from? Do you know my area?
Nigeria.
Well, that's true. That's the
Got her.
original area code. You ain't lying.
He always says that to me, too.
You ain't lying. You funny. Where I was born and raised, even though my blood, and I'm chilling in Nigeria here. Yes. Thank you, sir. The 281, the 713, the 832. Look, these guys are contenders. They are. It's not a fluke that they're sitting at second in the West currently. Now, are they ahead of schedule? Absolutely. This is a team that could get a piece in the offseason that truly cements them as contenders, but they are winning the right way. Y'all, I know y'all saw this. It's rodeo season back home in Houston. They've been of course. I already know what you think.
I got my cowboy boots ready.
Yes, sir. We can all go down to the H and celebrate, but they have been lassoing these opponents, the Houston Rockets, defensively. They have the fourth best defense in the NBA, and if the Oklahoma City Thunder have taught us anything this year, defense truly matters. So I feel like if they defend at a high level, they keep getting the production from Alperen Şengün, from Jalen Green. Jabari Smith Jr. obviously has been huge for them. If you think about Tari Eason coming on strong, when Ahmed Thompson comes back, Yeah, it's okay. We got you. We got you. We got you. We got you. Amin Thompson, when he comes back and is fully healthy, this is a team that no one wants to play because they play hard, they play fast, and they play the right way. And a lot of the credit. We want to play him. Do you know? Hey, hold on. You know where the head coach? You know where the head coach is from? He's from Nigeria too. Ime Udoka.
Let me say this to y'all. Let me say this to y'all real quick. All right, before their 7-game.
Right. So just to basically showcase the fact when she first started talking, let me see if I can go back there real quick because her accent started to really come through.
Do you know my area?
Nigeria.
Hold on, let me go back. Let me see.
Fred Van Vliet. Let's not forget him. Let's not forget him.
I need you to come with some more respect.
Right. You heard how the accent was really her Nigerian accent was starting to sit up there and come out, and then she had to straighten herself out to sound as a Black American woman, right? She has the whole aesthetic, right? She got the whole, like lace front, she got the makeup, the eyelashes, she got the clothes, all of that stuff. Nothing on her says, in a sense, Nigerian wise, except for the accent and also the fact that Shannon Sharp pointed out that, originally, like, you're talking about where you're from, like, yeah, you're Nigerian. And she was like, So I wasn't trying to, but yeah, blood-wise, I'm Nigerian, but where I'm born and I'm raised and I'm from, she started listing area codes. They don't do area codes over there. They don't be repping area codes over there in Africa. I'm just gonna make that very clear. I've never heard an African artist at a point in time talking about they repping area codes over there, and that's specifically something that Black Americans sit up there and do because we're proud of where we come from, where we raised, where our family's from, all of the other type of stuff. Right, like anybody that's from Detroit, you'll normally see them with a D hat, old English D, a Lions hat, Tigers hat. It'll be 313, or in rare extents of something that a lot of people don't know about. Let me see, like back in like the 2000s, you used to have like jackets and shirts where it would show off like you might have been from like 8 Mile, 7 Mile. You might have had like some Greenfield shirts and all this other type of stuff, right? Dexter. You might have had all of that stuff directly out there again to rep where it is that you from, where it is that you grew up and went to school, and all of this stuff. Again, you're listening to an African that is masquerading as a Black American woman trying to basically hide directly in, and this is how they're able to sit up there and make it. They don't make it off of the strength of just them being proud Nigerians, just being here and doing all this other. It's by fitting directly in, masquerading. But the moment of time that they just so happen to make it, they make a name for themselves. Now they want to present themselves. Oh, I'm Nigerian born, Nigerian this, all this other yada yada yada, all that great stuff. Like I said, crazy work. Crazy work. Crazy work. 100%. Miss Eve says she is speaking proper English. That's all. The English is people. Miss Eve said her original accent is nice, but she's proper and that's good. Yo, Miles, what is up? What is up? You said they always target. They're always targeting easy targets, right? Miss Eve said I'm leaving Tanzania and they have no area codes and no. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Like they'll sit up there and, again, be proud of where it is that they're from. Like you said, you're in Tanzania right now, or you got some people that might be, Kenyan or from Zimbabwe or from Congo, right? Or whatnot or whatever. They will, rep that. They will be proud, directly of that in a multitude of different ways. More specifically, especially in clothing, if they're over there. But yeah, it's just like, for me, it's crazy. Because even now, if I look at shows dealing with Africans, I'm looking at them, I'm like, yo, bro, you wearing like a whole like 50-50 cap. You got the backwards, you got like some states directly on there. You got some teams, American teams and everything direct. I'm like, shouldn't you be like rocking like some FIFA gear with like, some teams from like from like Europe or like Africa or something like that, because soccer is big, aka football, right? Football is big around, the world. Baseball and basketball and things like that, that's more so an American, type of vibe. That's what we, tend to do. It's not really everywhere else as much as, football, right? But I'm looking at the clothes that they send up there wearing. I'm looking at the celebrities, like you got like the classic, Tupac, Biggie, you got the Wu-Tang. I'm like, shouldn't you be wearing like African artists, like bigging them up, celebrating them, put money, directly into their pockets or those company pockets. Like I said, you got Burna Boy directly over there. That dude, like I said, I remember one of the songs that what was it? The Monsters that we make or something like that. I forgot what it was, but it was him and Coldplay. I played that song for a long time because I thought that was a dope song. I'm like, that was the first entryway for me when it dealt with knowing who Burna Boy is. And I'm like, from there, I'm like, oh, his music is like that's some cold stuff. But like, I like when people like actually stand on something, they trying to send out a message. Then he actually performed that exact same thing in that song in the United States. I'm like, yo, that is cold. I'm like, all right, I see you out here, right? But then like it's crazy to see a lot of these things take place where I'm looking at the artists and people where they're dressing like Black Americans, right? You got like the Puffers, you got Tims, you got all of these things. I'm like, bro, where is the natural, just like African like garb? I'm like, I'm looking for that. I'm looking for like the proudness of like the people. Like I want to see like the different colors of like the people, the different types of like cultural garb, the influences. Like that's the stuff that I'm fiending for when I sit up there and think about African people and the pride and stuff like that. But that's not what I just so happen to see. When I look at the artist, it's crazy. What was it? Original accent. You said D said so true, brother. Oh, you talking about at Dice. DZ said, oh, we on the division games over here. Her name is literally right. We know she's Nigerian. Who is we? Who is we? Like I said, I just found out about her. I didn't know nothing about her. So you talking about we know. I don't know nothing about this woman. This again, why I sat up there and brought it up, because if I don't know, I'm pretty sure a lot of other people ain't privy to it either. So it's great that you know in your circle of people, but again, you're dealing with like YouTube, you're dealing with a platform. There's more than just you and your circle of people that just so happen to know. Just saying, because a lot of people might not even watch the show. I don't watch the show like that. So again, I'm not going to know her name or who she is. So like I said, Miss Eve said never coming back. I guess that's to America. Got you. D Money said reverse code switching, right? You say you hate America. Amen. Blend in. I mean, I wouldn't exactly say amen to like blending in, because it's a little bit crazy in a sense, because you got people that'll sit up there and say that the American education system is trash in all over the place, right? And that there's in a sense not much value here, right? But then you have people that come from other places who will talk about America badly and horribly, and now they just want to solely be here and they want to live here and not go back home with the education that they got. Because as I stated to you before, I thought the main reason to come to America is to get educated, right? To get that knowledge that you might not be able to get back home, and then you take that back home to further uplift, empower, and educate your people and move them forward. I thought that was the whole main plan to sit up there and do, but that's not what I see when I see Africans come from Africa over to the United States. I'm like, that's crazy to me. It's like I see Africans come directly over here to live and live up their best life while their people are back there suffering. But it's like when it's time to basically, go 6 feet deep, people now want to get buried back home. I'm like, that don't make no sense. Like, don't treat your home like a grave. Don't be prosperous and great and grand directly over here and not take nothing back but like a body. Yo, take that education and knowledge and everything that you got while you're here, while you're alive, and take that back to your people and uplift them. Like I said, that's the the main thing that I always state. Miss Eve said feeling free. I believe it. I believe it. You see nothing but people that in a sense, look like you. Right? You're not in a sense worried about, let's say, like the police or all this other type of stuff and yada. I get it. I get it. But I will sit up there and say, just be very careful and cautious. Hopefully, you did the research on the government and the politics, directly out there, because things do happen. Because I've covered blackouts and different things politically that have taken place over there in certain African, areas, nations, or whatnot. And yeah, just be careful while you're over there, relaxing, having fun, being at ease. Just still have some caution. directly, out there. Be safe. Life is precious and valuable. D said everybody wants to be us, but can't handle the struggle and the face of our pain. Yeah, that's true. Said March Madness winner. Somebody talking about Bronny. Dice said I didn't know. I don't watch that show. Yeah, same thing. Same thing. Like I don't, watch the show at all. Yo, ready or not? What is up? What is up? I ain't seen that. Yo, what is up? What is going on, man? What is happening? Dog said I know St. John's coaching staff. Okay. Massive said black people are the same everywhere, just different spots. No, like I said, I get you. But for me, I'm more so working on keeping intact the things that I got here. Because my grandmother grew up on a farm. Like she's from South Carolina, grew up on a farm. So I'm pretty sure somehow, some way, we got more than likely got some things somewhere. It would just take a lot of effort and whatnot to find it and to get it. So that's where I'm at. Right. But again, I don't sit up there. If there's other black people out there that decide to go to the Philippines or wherever. Some people, decide to go to Africa or elsewhere to get away from America. And like I said, I get it. I just, want to fight for the things that I got here that are pretty much, deserved. But like I said, I don't fault people for, going wherever it is that they want to go. The other thing that I do got is this. I was going to save this for a video, but we can use this for a ender. I didn't sit up there. Whatever. I'll just throw it up as is. Use it as a convert. Oh, wait. You can't share up to. Oh, I got multitude of videos up there. That's what happened. But use this as a mini little conversation piece. And again, any videos that you just so happen to see on this live stream, you will just so happen to see those later on in a shorter form content video that I will have uploaded for you as well on the channel. So we will just go with this video and just put it up as is. Let's just hear her out.
I've always had a preference for white guys. And I've actually always been like scared to tell people this, especially on dating sites. Like when I get so many black guys in my messages, it's mostly black guys, but I really just want to put on my profile like I just prefer white guys. And I did that one time, but I feel so weird saying that out loud. Like people will judge me for that and I guess think that I'm like racist, but I'm not. It's just what I prefer. And I don't see what is so wrong with that. Like, why does it have to be something that like people need to get shamed for? That we have, like a preference for a certain race. That's just the way I've always been. My very first crush, ever since I was 6 years old, was Leonardo DiCaprio in Titanic. And Titanic is my next favorite movie.
Dice, I didn't want to make a comment.
Been like that. And then my very first like puppy love was this little white boy in my elementary class when I was like 6 or 7. And he showed up at my birthday party and he kissed me on my cheek. Yeah, he's married now. It's kind of weird to say, but yeah, he's married now.
So let me just pause it. So I just want to remind people that she said earlier that she gets black guys that come into her DMs or whatever it is, right? So it's not like she doesn't get attention from black guys. She just specifically is enamored and is deeply in love with white men, right? So I just want to put that directly out there. She wasn't stating that, hey, these black guys treated me wrong, all this other type of stuff. No. She not saying none of that. She specifically stated that, yeah, she gets black guys in her DMs, but black men are not the ones that she wants to be with or get married with or have kids with. Because even when she's smiling right here, she's fantasizing and still thinking about the white guy that she has a crush on and whatnot that is now married. Let's continue.
So he was like my first puppy love. That was so sweet. And I remember us like holding hands in elementary school. Yeah, he was a little sweetheart. But yeah, so that's just the way I've always been. I mean, I'm attracted to all races, but I do prefer white guys. And it just feels so weird to say that. Like, everyone kind of
She's
has
attracted
always
to
made
all
me
races,
feel a
but she
little type of way,
specifically is
like
smiling
a little
and
ashamed
giddy
of
when it
that
deals with white guys.
fact. But it's like,
Let's just be honest. Come on now.
it just is what it is. I don't really see anything wrong with this. Like, if someone has a preference for a certain race, what are we supposed to do? Just like settle for what we're not as attracted to?
But she just
I
said that
don't
she's
think
attracted
that's
to
the
all
discussion.
races. What?
So I'm not doing that. Like,
They make this up.
I'm going to just be with the people that I'm the most attracted to. So yeah, I'm not gonna let other people like make me feel so ashamed of that, or like, pressure me into something that's not me, or that isn't what I actually really want.
That's some crazy work. But she literally just said that she's attracted to all guys. But then she said that she's not trying to settle for something that she's least attracted or not attracted. Which one is it? Like, which, just like, this is why I stated to people before, I would just rather people sit up there and be honest. Ma'am, as whatever woman you are, biracial, whatever it is, I don't know. Whatever woman you are attracted to white males. That is cool, no problem. For whatever reason, you needed to make this into a video to let the world know is a little bit crazy, and that means you're seeking attention. You're trying to get the attention of the men that you are specifically wanting, which again sounds a little bit crazy, because if you more than likely live around and you work around and you're within the community of said men, you shouldn't have no problem. But obviously there must be a type of problem, because you had to go to social media to make this video, aka a bat signal, to let white guys know that, hey, I'm here, I'm interested, I want to get married, have your kids, yada yada yada, and 1950s lifestyle and whoop de whoop. That's some crazy work. That is some diabolic work. Like I said, the word usage here of saying that you're attracted to all, but then you're not trying to settle with those that you are that you deem unattractive, that you're not attractive. What are we doing? And specifically, we know that you're not talking about any other group of men. We know specifically you're talking about black men. Like, people just can't sit up there and be honest. Like, I don't understand it at the grown age that a lot of people are at this moment in time. I don't understand why people just can't be honest. Or if you can't be honest about what it is that you actually like and love, then don't put it on social media. It's literally, it's that simple. But here we are. Here we are. Like, this is just Jesus. This is ridiculous. That is just ridiculous. Wait, you said that I'm trying to hate on her because that's how you must be white. Like, where did you get that I'm trying to what? Brother. Oh, dear God. If it was, you could probably try to say that I'm hating on a guy, right? Because I'm jealous or whatnot or whatever. Cool. No problem. This is clear cut a woman. That's how I know that you're white, because you're trying to imply or use the type of wording and it doesn't even make sense. You're literally trying to say that I'm hating on. Let me go back up to this nonsense. Let me go back up to this. What was it? You said that you're trying to hate on her because she's trying to better herself. Brother, what type of Jupiter rocks are you clearly smoking? At whatever you're on needs to be outlawed by Trump at this moment in time. That is ridiculous. That is, like, I don't care if she wants to sit up there, dude. I am not trying to search her down. I'm not trying to knock on her door. I'm not trying to find out if she's on Twitter, Christian Mingle, whatever they got, dibbly dabbly do, websites out here for dating. I ain't nowhere up in them scenes. I'm not trying to find who this woman is. I'm realistically, I'm not. Whatever she is into is whatever she is into. And I respect that. The problem is, don't sit up there and try to tell people that you basically find everybody attractive, but then at the same time, you're calling people unattractive, ugly, whatever it is. And you want to deem that as settling. Like, what? That has nothing to do with hating. For a lot of white people out there, if you want to use slang or whatnot, I need y'all to sit up there and like probably look up the Urban Dictionary, do some studying. Do some studying. Like, Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Yeah, you gotta be. Yeah, you straight trolling. Chaka said, I love your channel as always. Much appreciation. Johnny said, lame old cringe. Ready and I said, Jupiter rocks is crazy. Yeah, it is. It is. Let me tell you, because they far away from the sun. Let me tell you something. That is some crazy work. Somebody said, I don't know anyone who don't want companions. God said no one should be lonely. And here we go, bringing God directly in it. God has nothing to do with this. I don't understand why people be trying to bring God into situations that God is not trying to be a part of. God is not trying to be a part of this. Like, that's some crazy work. That is diabolical. Dice said he isn't hating on her for liking white guys. It is the saying she likes all yet prefers the white males. She just had to say, I want white guys. Yeah, that's all she had to do. You talking about you said I am all love. I don't even know what that means. I don't even know what that means. Truth said she can have all the white people she wants. Don't nobody want her because she looks like Lenny Kravitz. That's some cold-blooded. It's cold-blooded. Like I said, I ain't even trying to get on looks or anything like that. Because for me, it's not even about that. It's just the fact that you feel the need that you openly have to sit up there and state this in order to get attention. I say the exact same thing when it deals with black guys who go on TikTok, Twitter, or whatnot, or whatever, and they be trying to hype up white girls. I'm like, bro, if you're really interested in white girls and you're really for them, and all of this, it should be easy for you to just go out there and do it. You don't have to let the world know. You're just out there doing. If you got to put this on social media, you're not really out there moving like you say that you're moving. And those women that you're interested in ain't really interested in you the way that you say that they are. But on this platform, I've also pointed out two demographics, right? I've pointed out the demographics of white dudes who will loan out their wives, aka hot wives, in order to be with black guys. And then I've also pointed out the demographic of white women who specifically are called should be like black spades or whatnot or whatever. Usually if it's a white woman and she got like a spade tattoo, she's for black guys. She's for, that whole thing. It's a whole thing. Queen of Spades, all that other type of stuff. It's a whole demographic that deals with that if people happen to research and look directly into that. And then of course you got the black dudes that's heavily into that because they feel like that is that. But I'm like, she's more than likely been with more black guys, or at least half of the population of black guys that you've ever seen. She's more than likely been with that because she is there. But then you can also go to the same thing when it deals with black women as well, vice versa and all this other time. Like I said, the black community is all over the place. You have a lot of people that are attention, seeking because they're not specifically getting the love or the attention that they specifically, want or need. And people go out there in many different facets, and do stuff like this. It's crazy work. It's crazy. What is that? Brooklyn Will, what is up? You said if I was a white dude, I would pass anybody that dislikes their own people. Yeah. Like that's not an attractive thing. Like, you have to, in a sense, down your people in order to lift somebody else up. You just can't say that you just like this person because you like this part. Like, that's some crazy work. And to say that you specifically, like white men, but you can't specify the good qualities of said white men, that speaks volumes. The exact same way that I've talked about black dudes who specifically say that they love white women, but you're not specifically giving the qualities of why it is, because the same qualities that you're talking about, I'm pretty sure you can find that in a multitude of other women, especially black women. But I digress because remember, it's all preference, right? From what a lot of people like to say, even though wrapped in that preference is a type of negativity or hatred when it deals with their own people. Like I said, you know. Monta said, you are not about looks, but looks has points of consideration and impact. I mean, no. Looks do, add up, but realistically, if you love somebody, you love them, right? If somebody gets into a car crash and they get horribly disfigured, if you love that person before they got into that car crash, you love them for who they are internally, you're still going to love them if they're disfigured. So that's why, dealing with the whole thing of looks, it's a little bit of a iffy situation because anything can sit up there and take place, and happen, right? Drew said, "What? You don't?" Yeah, I'm not even sure who you even asking about that question. For Drew, that's something crazy. I'm not sure who you're referring to at this moment in time either. KR said, "Prefer who you want, just don't put others down in the discussion." Yeah, yeah. Johnny said it's almost like the nuance of individual has nothing to do with pigment. Kiara said, and don't be a creep about it. Yeah. Uh, Miss Eve said, I was dating my ex for 3 years, and all of the white couples wanted to swing with us. It happened all the time. They would always say that we were cute and wanted to sleep with us. It's crazy. Yeah, that happens a lot too. A lot of white couples have it could be normal couples or it could be married couples. Nine times out of ten, it'll be married couples. They will go to swinger gatherings and different things like that in order to, swap partners or to watch and different things like that. Especially when it deals with, black couples or black people specifically, being direct. Like I said, it's a whole, thing that's directly out there. Whole thing directly out there. So that's why it kind of, it kills me when a lot of people want to portray themselves as quote unquote being racist and all this other type of stuff. But then behind closed doors, people are it's a whole different scene. Trust me, it's a whole like the mouth that people got on social media and whatnot. They not talking that exact same talk behind closed doors. When you got that black couple and that white, it's a whole different scene. Like it's crazy. It is so crazy out here, man. Like I said, I talked about this a little bit more in depth on other live streams before. If some of y'all been with me long enough before, I didn't sit up there and explain some of the stuff before. It's crazy work though. Megan said white girls are easy going. I guess Blackfoot said looks is what you see before you know them. The funniest thing is with women when it deals with me, it's more so being attracted to a woman's voice versus being attracted to the looks of a person. Because the voice conveys a lot more of a message. It conveys more emotions and and different things. You can hear a lot of things from a person's voice depending on the day, the emotions, and all of these things, right? And going for me, when you happen to close your eyes, you're not going to see a person's beauty, you're going to hear their voice. So for me, within the voice, you will hear or see the beauty of a person. So that's in a sense how I just so happen to look at it. Again, I'm different. I don't know what else to sit up there and tell people. Maybe it makes sense, maybe it doesn't make sense to people. I don't know, but yeah. Teddy said white men and black women is the most sturdy domestic relationship. I mean, I guess so. I mean, even though when you look at the demographic, more black men and black women date and marry each other. More versus the quote unquote interracial relationships where black men are with white women and black women are with white men. Again, you have more married couples that are black versus interracial. This is just a fact. Even though they want to decide to brainwash and tell people in different forms of media. And again, I've been trying to tell people about this, wake people up to this for a long time. There was actually a point in time where white people were actually wising up to this. They were like, yo, why are they pushing this whole thing with interracial and all this other type of stuff? Like I said, white people within their communities know what it is. They know who is actually dating, who is getting married, and who is having kids. And they know who is not, or who are rarely sitting up there doing it. But like I said, for whatever reason, those voices that I used to sit up there and see and hear directly on social media, those are quiet. And now I'm starting to hear like the whole thing of love is and all this other type. I'm like, wow, that's crazy. It's like that's some diabolical work. Let me see. Miss Eve said, you love your voice. Yeah, you should always, love your own voice. Want to, sit up there and hear it and everything like that. Teddy said they stay together more than white couples and black couples. I guess. What is Ready or Not said, growing up, I remember all of these white girls in high school was racist until they saw us playing sports in high school and sweating pheromones, and all that racism went out the door. Yeah, that's normally how that works. That's facts. Johnny said genuinely. You said genuine quality channel, well produced. What is going on? Right. What was the next thing that was stated? They said, no face, yo, no face. What is up? What is up? You said a lot of black people get mad when white people date black people. It's not that deep. It's more so. Well, if people want to be ignorant about it's more so dealing with the fact of the history that has taken place within the black community. It's a historical context. If there was no historical context of the violence and the hate and all of the things, like I said, if you want to understand why a lot of black people have a problem, look at a lot of the towns and cities. Just do a little bit of research. Just look up a 3 to 4 black towns and cities and see how those were destroyed and burned to the ashes. Look at a lot of the riots that took place within the black community and who specifically caused those riots, and also the loss of life that took place in those communities. Look up how many lakes and ponds that we have around the United States that were black towns, that were sanctuaries, right? That were the cities that we erected ourselves, and we didn't ask any type of help in order to sit up there and build. But yet white people came through there in their jealousy and their fits of rage and decided, oh, we're going to make up an excuse to go through here, and we're going to just clean the field. And after we clear the field, we're going to steal everything that you got, and then we're going to mow all of this down, and we're going to pave over and whatnot, whatever. And we're going to erect our own towns and cities. So, like I said, there's a bit of history directly within this. Again, if there was no type of history, no type of violence amongst black and white people, I'm pretty sure nobody would actually care. But again, context and history matters because that carries weight, it carries pain, it carries emotion. And what has happened in the past is inevitably going to happen in the future because people refuse to learn from the past and to understand it. People just want to move. Oh, the past is the past. All of those cities that got burned down, that's whatever. But what about Detroit? Right? So, like I said, it's crazy. What is up, Kendra? Kendra Dawn, you telling me don't be, hold on, let me highlight you real quick, sweetheart. Who are you talking to? Who who you talking to real quick? You tell her, hold on, let me, can I swap the, I just want to have Kendra highlight it real quick. You telling me don't be a racist scumbag. Now why, as a caucanite such as yourself, how could I ever, my dear, how could I ever be as racist as the United States and as your lineage of people that are here at this current time? How could I ever match the totality of anything that you guys have ever done in the murderous, violent rampages, the bloodlust of you running through the United States, including trying to exterminate the indigenous people here and taking the branding of being American when we really know that you're not American, you're European, and you ran from that king and queen type of stuff. You decided to run from the Black Plague and everything else to go to a new land where you can start anew. We can have a brand new branding, a brand new idea. Remember the same exact way that you said that Venezuela and the other South American areas cleared out their jails and they put their people here. The Europe and the United Kingdom cleared out their jails and prisons, and they brought all of you guys to the United States. So a lot of you guys were prostitutes, a lot of you guys were murderers, and a variety of different things. That is the lineage. That is the bloodline. So this is why the United States is as murderous and bloodlustful as it is at this moment in time. This is why we have never had a moment of silence. This is why we have always continuously been at war. Kendra? Since you want to talk about somebody being, a racist scumbag, that's some diabolical work, sweetheart. I can never be racist to you. I don't have the ability to impede on your life. I can't stop you from directly being. I can't stop you from existing. I can't stop you from moving. I can't make laws, rules, and regulations to make sure that you cannot do something. But you know who has done that? Your men, your brothers, your fathers, your uncles, your grandfathers, your great grandfathers. They've done a lot of great work. They've taken away DEI. They've taken away affirmative action, something of which women of your ilk were able to get something directly from, because we all know that even though you are the majority, you are still a minority even within your own community, and your men still want you to be second class citizens, aka slaves, aka handmaids. But yet you want to come here and you want to try to tell me something because I guess you're into what you got a black guy that you're interested in, that you got kids with. You like the whole interracial thing. So you feel that I'm wrong and I'm stepping on some toes here. Wow, that's too bad. There's no apologies there. I am not your God. I'm not your therapist. Whoever that you kiss the ring to and you kneel down to, you better go find them real quick, because I am not it. Whatever pale horse that you rode in on, whatever God, pale God that you believe in, you all can burn in hell. You can ride that directly out the same way that you came in. You decided to come here and speak to me and try to address me in a certain type of way, which is crazy. That is 100% crazy. Like I said, I don't care if you do love black men or whatnot or whatever. I don't care if you got mixed race kids. That has nothing to do with me. You better take that problem up with whoever you need to take that problem up with. If I'm specifically stating something, it is what it is. You can deal with it or you can move on. But if you ever want to address somebody being racist, you might want to look at yourself in the mirror. You might want to get your men and your sons in your community under control before you ever come in my direction and decide that you want to speak that way to me. If you're going to have a voice, have that with those white men who have oppressed you in the United States for the longest time possible before you ever come see me. So that's to any other white women out here that want to roll up to the scene and you think you're about to try to give some orders or try to tell me something. You ain't telling me nothing. You can't even sit up there and produce your men to stop doing things to you. Like I said, I got a video of a white boy, a grown man child, directly living in his mom's basement. The mother decided that she wanted to cut. Matter of fact, let me see if I can find that video. Because Kendra is directly up here. Let me see if I can find that. Let me see if I can. Where is that video? Because before I was going to sit up there and do the video with like Young and May and whatnot, but no problem. I got you. We want to sit up there and do this because Kendra's here.
Internet not working.
The same reason you're not working. We got this.
Did you turn off the internet?
Maybe.
Turn it back on now.
No.
Turn back on the freaking internet.
No.
Mom.
No.
You better turn back on that freaking internet right now.
Locking the door.
Open up.
No.
I was just about to start a new game. My friends are wondering where I went.
Oh, I'm sure.
You already embarrassed the crap out of me. Now you're going to pull me away from Call of Duty. Open this damn door up.
Oh, you said a no word.
I'm an adult. I can say what I want. Let me in this house. Let me in.
Oh my God. Oh!
Here's William.
Oh, what did you just do to my door? You're going to fix that. William! William, stop it! William!
I told you to turn it back on!
Oh my gosh!
I told you so!
Oh my gosh! What are you doing?
Turn it back on
gosh. Hey! That's it.
Now, you would have thought that this was an episode of Mad TV with a white lady. Huh, Stuart? Stuart, don't you do that. Stuart, you get over here. Stuart, don't you? No, don't touch me. No. Right, you would have thought it was that. But that wasn't even that. Wasn't even that. But like I said, that was a grown white male child. So any of the Kendra Dawns directly out there, the white women, if y'all want to come out here and y'all want to try to give old Seji some type of orders, you better get your boys. You better get the men in your community under control. Because you ain't running nothing up over here. We ain't doing that. Nobody. Nuh-uh. I don't care if you got a black man or not. You ain't running nothing up over here. Fix the men of which you raise in your community to stop being school shooters, to stop being racist, to stop being a part of all of this, far right nonsense and whatnot or whatever. And then maybe I might listen to you. These fries are real good from McDonald's. It's crazy work. It's crazy. That's crazy though. That boy sat up there and just killed that door. That's some diabolical work. That is crazy. That is crazy. Straight man child. But you know what? I will sit up there and say this though. I will say, because you got that grown man child right there, I would say you can pair him up with her. They would be an actual good couple. That will work. That'll work. He pays rent. I'm not sure what job that dude got, but they'll work out. She's looking for a white man. She didn't say what type of white. She's just looking for any white dude out here to just be in a relationship, wife her up. That I forgot his name, but he got her. He can do that. All she got to do is make sure to keep the internet on, and he won't be trying to put hands on her. He won't try to fillet her or nothing. Let me tell you, I'm pretty sure if she get that 5.0, was that 2 gig internet? Oh man, he'll be the king in that house. He will do anything that she needs him to sit up there and do. As long as he can be in that basement or that room playing video games, it's all good. It's all good. Diabolical work. What happened to Kendra though? That's what I'm trying to figure out. What happened to Kendra? Did somebody get her directly up out of here? I hope y'all didn't. Dan was like, I ain't watched a black boy take the life of a man for his coat. And his commentator talks about far right crap. Correct me if I'm wrong. So right, so Danny, you want to move the goalpost, right? So we went from a woman saying that she's basically, glazing for all intents and purposes, glazing more than Krispy Kreme, glazing white men, no problem, right? And then
the internet not.
I got a situation with a white woman named Kendra Dawn that's directly up top. Obviously, you're not paying attention to none of this. And then while doing that, I addressed the situation by further telling her that if she wanted to be vocal or have a voice with anybody, right, try to poke her chest out, you better have that with white men first. That's what I said. But for some odd reason, you decided to go from all of those things which were interconnected to wanting to talk about some random black kid that committed an act against somebody because of a coat. How does that have anything to do with what it is that I'm even talking about? Like I said, y'all can't even stay focused. Y'all got like TikTok brain. Y'all, it's like it's worse than a goldfish. Like I don't even know what this is. That's crazy. Sham was like, I didn't even know my mom was listening, Seji. You're getting me yelled at. She care if she in my house. Sham, I'm sorry. I am sorry. Tell your mom I love her. I apologize. I will try not to get you yelled at. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Um, Miss Eve said, "You LOL." Danny said, "No, I'm against the tail wagging dog." I'm not even sure what that is. Uh, D Money said the mods are still out here doing God's work. Miss Eve said, "Tearing his mama house down like that is sickening." Oh yeah. Danny said it's called entitlement. Yeah, that's true. Rod said she should be worried about him not strangling her while she's asleep. That lady looks like she has some mental. Oh, you talking about the other lady as well? Yeah, it's crazy out here. Arlon said wait, if allowed, will stay in the basement until he's 40. Yeah, he will. He'll be down there playing PC games, World of Warcraft, all this other type of stuff because he just has to do the bare minimum, and he's fine, doing directly just that because everything else is pretty much afforded to him. He could just be, directly there and pretty much, chill. But again, this is what happens, and I'm going to speak from the preference of being a gamer and talking to a lot of these white dudes out here. A lot of them are like this. Like I literally knew somebody where we were online. We had like the whole like the headphones and everything. And the main thing that took place was the fact that you had people, well, he himself decided that he wanted to get into an argument, right? He had an argument and everything like that, and he was arguing with his mom. This dude was talking about committing all types of atrocities to his mom. I'm like, bro, you're actually saying that directly to your mom? Like, yo, if I was me being black, if I even said or even looked at my mom in a certain type of way, I would automatically get slapped. I would get slapped directly out of the skin that I'm in. That's specifically what happened. But that's not what happened to him. He was sitting up there talking about like, oh, I'll use the swords that I got. I got like ninja stars. I got this. I'm like, bro, like you need to calm down. Like, yo, it is not that serious. Like, I couldn't even laugh about it. I'm like, man, like, yo, are you okay? I'm like, do you need somebody to talk to? Because I'm like, yo, you sounding real crazy. And this is how a lot of these conversations would take place and happen, especially with these white boys on Call of Duty, Battlefield, and all this other type of stuff, where they're arguing with their parents or some type of woman in their family, or even their girlfriends. Like these would be the normal types of conversation. Crazy work. Crazy work. Insomniac said family structure is gone. Nobody teaches their children responsibility. Look 60 years into the past and everyone was dressed nice. That's true. TR said Danny, a kid attacks teachers entitled. Somebody said nobody was acting all crazy. People had integrity. James said, or they have baby mamas and they don't work. Rod G said, yep. But yeah, that's pretty much it, guys. That's pretty much it where we at, at this moment in time. At the moment, I can actually give y'all some numbers. Oh, are you kidding me? At this moment in time, that is insane. I want to give a shout out to and much love, respect, and appreciation to any and all people that have currently been here. At this moment in time, on one end, we got about 47K that came directly through the channel for the duration of the good, 4 hours and 36 minutes. And on the other end, we had about a good 17K that have come directly through as well. So again, I want to give a shout out, much love, respect, and appreciation, to any and everybody that has currently been here, at this moment in time throughout the duration. I think we started around close to like 6 o'clock, and we are now looking at 10:48. So again, much love, respect, and appreciation. Thank you guys for hitting the like button. Also being a part of the channel. Anybody that just so happens to subscribe or becomes a member, much love, respect, and appreciation. Again, thank you guys for everything that you do. Shout out to all of the haters, because I would, especially to the haters, y'all the MVPs, because I would not be here if it were not for people like you. Also want to give a shout out, much love, respect, and appreciation to all of my mods directly out there. You guys are, here every single day, looking out for the channel, making sure things are, straight and everything like that. I wouldn't be able to, do the live streams and the chats and have it down as it is if it were not for the due diligence of you guys as well. So, hopefully, people have fun, good conversation, everything like that. And anybody that's on a trip, Miss Eve, shout out to you out there in Tanzania. Stay safe, head directly, on the swivel, and and everything like that. What was it? Sham said he ain't normally asking down the door and house he live in, that crap is insane. Yeah, it is. But yeah, I will more than likely catch you guys in the next video. And if you are interested, you can also, of course, go to SEIJIHITO, the second coming, and you can just so happen to see a lot of the live streams that I've done, along with putting a lot of these videos that I show to you guys in a shorter form content segment for you to digest. So as always, love you guys. Peace and see you next time.